Hello everyone, welcome on in. It's time for more Chaos Head. Last time, Darth Spider. I don't know, man. The game's silly. Like that. You know, but like actually last time we got our D-Sword at long last. Don't know if Nanami is okay. Hopefully she is, but we don't know. Hopefully we'll find out. I guess without further ado. The entrance to the Hanzelman subway was packed, even though it was almost midnight. Thanks to the earthquake, all the trains and buses were running late. The people heading through the turnstiles weren't even trying to hide their annoyance. Nasuchi Bon was in the station staff office, watching them on the monitors. The call had come in from the station staff yesterday morning. There was a report of a teenage girl attacking people with a huge bladed weapon. The local police had rushed to the scene, but when they had gotten there, there was no sign of the girl or the man she supposedly attacked. That's nice. Bon had happened to hear this and noticed the description of the man she supposedly attacked. Ah, there we go. Finally, someone said boo, and Nightbot got to do its silly little thing. But welcome on in, Spooky. How's it going? There were several earlier reports of the same thing happening. That's why he'd come here at this god-awful hour. Supposedly, the station's video cameras had captured the incident on tape. When he'd asked the station staff to show him the video, they eagerly agreed, stopping only to add it was a little bit creepy. It's going. That's exciting. He had used them... blah blah blah. He had them use the station monitors to show him the footage. It was full of static. The static was probably from the earthquake. He heard that a lot of other hard disk drives had lost data today. That probably had something to do with it. It was only barely possible to make out what was going on. It would be very hard to identify any individuals on the tape. The monitor was showing a single man. He was on the right side of the screen, a distance away from the monitor, standing against the wall. The camera was showing a spot a distance away from the turnstiles, one you wouldn't use if you were just here to get on a train. In fact, the only other people to appear on screen were people quickly cutting across the camera's field of view. The screen was so fuzzy with static that it was hard to tell, but he looked like he was short and extremely thin. He was wearing a heavy backpack too. Bon couldn't imagine what he was doing there. He fast-forwarded the video, and after an hour or so, something happened. A few of the passers-by walking across the screen headed toward the man and stopped. It looked to Bon as if they were being drawn in by the backpack he was wearing. What was especially strange, though, was that they didn't seem to be talking. They were just standing there. The few who stopped didn't seem to know each other either. They were of different ages and genders, and seemed to have nothing in common. What was going on? Fuckery. Just as Bon started to get really confused at the goings-on screen, though, a girl appeared on the camera. She was wearing a Suimei Academy uniform and had long hair. She walked right up to the man with the backpack. The way she was moving was clearly different from the ones who'd stopped nearby him before. She knocked them out of the way as she grabbed the backpack man's collar. The two of them argued for a moment. Or, actually, it felt like the girl was threatening the man. This seemed to bring the others back to their senses. They quickly walked away. A few moments later, the girl gave the man a hard shove. The man fell flat on his ass, and then something strange happened. The girl took a step back and struck an odd pose. She dropped low and seemed to bring her fists up to her ears. It looked like she was holding something heavy in her hands, but there was nothing there at all. The report had said she was carrying a huge bladed weapon, but where could she be hiding it on her body? The answer immediately became clear. The screen, that is, the camera, suddenly began to shake. This wasn't static. The way the hair and clothes of the people around them were flapping, as if they were blowing in the wind, made that much clear. What the heck? Vaughn leapt forward to get a closer look at the screen. Suddenly, the girl was holding a huge sword in her hands. It was bigger than she was tall, and Vaughn had no idea where she'd gotten it from. He had them rewind the tape so he could see it again. No matter how many times he watched it, the sword just seemed to appear from thin air. If nothing else, the girl hadn't moved at all. What kind of magic trick is this? A delusional one. The people on the screen were freaking out over the girl and her sword. She, however, was completely ignoring them. The man with the backpack, though, was clearly frightened. He scrambled to his feet and tried to run away. The girl refused to let him. The man was surprisingly agile as he ran, but the girl caught up and swung the massive blade like it weighed nothing at all. The sword cut through the man's backpack like a tornado. The impact knocked him to the ground. He didn't seem to have been hurt, though. In fact, when the police got there, they hadn't found any blood at all. Who the hell is this girl? Vaughn whispered aloud. The girl suddenly looked at the camera as if she'd heard him, even though there was no way she could with her pre-recorded video. The screen blurred for a moment. And she was gone. It was as if she was never there in the first place. The shattered remains of the man's backpack, though, testified that she had been. It was hard to tell from the static on the screen, but it was plain that she disappeared in less than a span of a second. Vaughn rewound the tape. The timestamp in the corner showed nothing unusual at all. In other words, this video hadn't been spliced. But how to explain the disappearance of the girl and the appearance of the sword, then? Vaughn felt like he'd seen a ghost. He had no explanation for any of this. The world around me was perfectly white. I was lying down. It felt like I was floating, but I couldn't tell if I was. I couldn't tell which way was up and which way was down. The silence was loud in my ears. It was like hundreds of crickets were chirping in my head. That's... If somebody had told me this was the afterlife, I wouldn't have doubted it for a second. The place was just so... monotone. Empty. Silent. Orderly. Organized. Vacant. And peaceful. This must have been what the Buddha's brain was like after he achieved enlightenment. It wasn't like my brain at all. I wanted to stay here forever. All the crap I had to put up with in the real world. The pain. The suffering. The emptiness. I didn't want to deal with any of it. And then, a noise disrupted the silent white world. It was the sound of a door opening, and the sound of somebody's footsteps. They were coming closer. Brother, I came to see you. Let's see. Here it is. Brother, I brought you something. Look, a present. It's a hand-knit cap. It's great, isn't it? Isn't it? It's winter, and I like caps, so I knitted one for you. Use it, okay? Dots. Brother, don't ignore me. Hey, you didn't finish your meal, and it's curry today, too. You need to eat. Hey, is it true that the hospital food isn't very good? But you need to eat. Get up, brother. If you go to sleep without eating, you'll get hungry in the middle of the night. Somebody's hand came around to my back. They pushed me and sat me up. It was only then that I realized my eyes were closed. Oh. I opened them, and there was a small girl there. It was Nanami, my little sister. But she was so small. It was Nanami as she looked several years ago. How many years, though? She had to be in elementary school at least. Okay, say, The young Anonymous scooped up curry with a plastic spoon and offered it to me. And I knocked her hand away. And for some reason, I swept the tray with the curry rice onto the floor with my arm. Good morning, Grelix? I'm pretty sure it's more firmly nighttime for you, but... you know. But hi, how's it going? No. Good job, Takumi. You made her all sad. Sigh. Brother, you got such bad table manners. I'll tell mommy on you. Pretty good. Woke up in bed, restrained, wearing a cat kiku. What am I gonna do with you? What am I gonna do with you, Relix? But chaos status so far is not too bad. Haven't gone too much far. Yep, that's English. Feed you bread? But bread is actually bad for birds. I'll give you birdseed instead. And you deserve to be fed correctly, Felix. Fine seed is good. Good. But so far what's happened is that the first instance was detective perspective of him apparently looking at CCTV of Senna apparently getting one of those brainwashing backpack guys down that was caught on camera, and he observed that and was very confused. That was pretty much that part, and now we're here with, I guess, Takumi reminiscing on the past of a time he was in the hospital and Nanami being Nanami, so... Yep, that's pretty much it. Nanami crouched down and picked up the tray. Next, she brought a washcloth over from the sink in the corner of the room and began to clean up its splattered contents. Neat, free food. Yeah, it's curry of all things. I want curry. I need to make some curry. Like, I literally have the, stuff to make it, I think. I actually don't remember if we have carrots and potatoes and onions, but still. In theory, we have the stuff to make it. I just keep not making it. You really are a handful. You can't do anything without me, you know? Just leave me alone. I covered my face with my hands and slowly closed my eyes. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. I slowly opened my eyes and saw a white ceiling. The white was dazzlingly bright. I blinked a few times. I tried moving my fingers. I brought my hand up to my face. My hand made a shadow, blocking the light. Only then was I free from the brightness. I'd been dreaming. It was a dream about Nanami. Nanami had always been such a little grown-up. That tendency of hers had only gotten more pronounced when I had stopped talking to everybody after the bus accident. My parents just became overprotective. Whatever mean things Nanami might say, she always tried and take care of me. You know, typical sibling stuff. But that dream. Had I ever stayed at a hospital like that? I've been going to one, but never stayed there, right? Well, there was no point in trying to read too much into a dream. I was lying down on a bed. It was a simple white bed. The sheets were white. The pillows were white. The linoleum floor was white. The wallpaper was white too. Even the fluorescent lights on the ceiling were white. The curtains on the windows were white. The tiny shelf next to the bed was white. The porcelain pitcher on it was white. The paper cups were white. I was starting to get sick of all the white. I tried forcing myself to sit up. For a single instant, I felt a numbing pain around my lower back, but it quickly vanished. The room was pretty big, twice the size of the base, at least. But it was empty. It might have been a hospital room. I could see a single pair of green slippers just under the bed. I felt relieved to find something that wasn't white. It was moving, and I wasn't dead from the look of it. My throat was dry. I wanted a soda. A cold, fizzy soda. But of course, there was nothing like that in this pure white room. I ended up pouring water from the pitcher directly into my mouth. I mean, fair, I guess. It was a little warm, but enough to slake my thirst. After I finished drinking my water and taking a moment to catch my breath, the door opened and a white-clad nurse came in. So this place was a hospital after all, then. She seemed a little surprised as she looked at me. She thought I was still asleep, it seemed.
Ara.
Oh my.
Nishijo-san.
Nishijo, you're awake. She smiled gently at me. What a great nurse she was. Wait, I feel like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, now I remember. I met her when I'd gone to see Dr. Takashina. You tuned in and all you heard was in my mouth. Oh boy. Well, welcome on in, Hades. It's been a while. How are you? How you been? I imagine you've been busy with work, right? What was her name again? I couldn't remember, so I glanced at the name tag on her chest. Hazuki, it read. Right. Hazuki. How are you feeling? Work and eat schedule. Ah, I see. Well, it's nice to see you again. It's always a delight when you're able to pop in and hang out with us. Hello, Tez. Thank you for contributing to the goal. Challenge, whatever. 18 days left. 12% raised. Thank you for your contribution as well, Hades. Yeah, but I don't remember if I read this. She offered me a thermometer. I took it without really thinking about what was going on. Take your temperature for me, okay? Have a banger of a stream. I'm gonna pass out. Fair enough. Thank you so much for popping in, Taz, and I'll catch you next time. Sleep well. I couldn't say no if she was going to be this nice. My head was overflowing with doubts, but I put the thermometer under my arm anyway. Then the memories burst inside my head. I remembered what had happened before. Up on the roof. After I had given up on saving Nanami, I charged Shogun in his wheelchair. But there was nobody there. I'd fallen over and found myself holding a Darth Spider helmet. Ah, so it is being addressed. Count Darth Spider was a famous villain from the movie Spark Wars. His all-black silhouette was famous even in Japan. I never expected in a million years to find that Shogun was wearing a Darth Spider cosplay. All my anger melted away, replaced by confusion. Yeah, that's what happened to me last week. I stood up and looked at the wheelchair. Nobody was in it. There was a black hooded robe draped over the back of the chair. It was part of Darth Spider's costume, too. I looked around to see if anyone else was there, but there wasn't. I was the only person on the dark roof. Then the media came rushing in. They surrounded me with microphones, cameras, and lighting. There was nowhere to turn, rather. I didn't count how many people were there, but at least a dozen. The sheer intensity of them all terrified me. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move an inch. They were crushing me. Nishijo, what did your psychic powers tell you? Does this mean you failed to find out who's behind the New Gen murders? Does that Darth Spider helmet have something to do with your powers? Nishijo, could you please answer us? Or this is the end of the show. You just hijacked the airwaves for nothing. What was the point of all this? Are you trying to use the New Gen murders to get famous? Don't you think that's a little inappropriate? Have you talked to Yuri Brightman lately? What did he talk about? Do you think there's a connection between the earthquake and Ninja? Is that anime figurine you're holding in your hands for some kind of ritual? Did anime or video games make you do this? Nichijou. 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 The lights were so bright. I felt like my flesh was burning under a midsummer sun. There were so many people around me that the heat of their bodies was making my head feel woozy. My vision was spinning.
Alexan 327 Snom.
Thank you for the resub, Hades. I appreciate it. 7 months now. Nice. I was pushed into a corner, panicking. I couldn't breathe. I put my hands to my head. I couldn't see a thing. I didn't want to see a thing. I couldn't hear a thing. I didn't want to hear anything. I couldn't feel a thing. I didn't want to feel a thing. Stop. Stop it! And as I screamed, my mind went blank. Like I had short-circuited. I see. That's right. I passed out. And then, how did I end up here after that? I couldn't remember. There's nothing else. I was sure I hadn't walked here on my own. Maybe I'd been brought here by an ambulance. Hazuki was writing something on the clipboard in her hand. There must have been some kind of paper stuck on it. Was she writing down my symptoms? I was able to check the time from the simple, nondescript wristwatch on her arm. It was just past 6 in the morning. I'd been out for a long time from the look of it. But why this hospital, though? If Hazuki was here, that man was the one I usually went to. This place was a big general hospital. I could see somebody deciding to bring me here. But something still didn't seem right. I wasn't sure why Hazuki would be the one assigned to me. She worked in the psychiatric ward, right? And she was here. Did that mean this room is usually used by mental patients? The police wants to talk to you later, they said. Huh? Hazuki's voice suddenly became cold. She wasn't even looking at me as she wrote something down on her clipboard. You're a terrible person. Killing your sister like that. What was she talking about? They found it at your house, they say. The body. What? And you're carrying around her severed hand, too. You're crazy. I didn't do it. I heard that's what you said. I heard that's what you told the police. You said you weren't making any sense. They couldn't get anything out of you. Are you trying to get off by using the insanity defense? Oh boy. A defense used in criminal court by a defendant who has suffered some form of psychological disability that renders them unable to determine the morality of their actions. Article 39(1) of the Japanese Criminal Code says that acts of the insane are not subject to punishment, and so sometimes the insanity defense can result in an acquittal. Interesting. But everybody's thinking it. We all think you killed her. I felt an intense pressure in my chest, around my heart, and everything in front of me seemed to go dark. I didn't even know who I was anymore. I had killed Anami. That wasn't true. You, murderer. Suddenly, she stopped writing. Then, she turned the clipboard to me. Still no me daru no ne. Oh, I just lost it. Bad delusion, go bird. Suddenly, I realized I was back in the room. I just pulled the sheets aside from my body a moment ago, but now they were back on top of me. Hazuki wasn't standing at my bedside either. I looked around the room as I wiped away the sweat on my forehead. There was a knock, and Hazuki came in, looking a little surprised. Oh my.
西条さん、目が
Nishijo,
覚めたん
you're
ですね。
awake. She smiled gently at me. I froze and looked away from her.
お体の調子はどうですか？
How are you feeling? She offered me a thermometer. I took it without really thinking about what was going on.
体温を測って
Let
く
me
ださ
take
い
your
ね。
temperature, okay? I gulped a little as I took the thermometer. It was the same. This is the same thing that had happened just a moment ago. Nazuki was acting like she'd just come into this room for the first time. I patted my armpit gingerly, scared at what I might find. I just put the thermometer under it a second ago, but it wasn't there. The other thermometer was gone. So, what happened a moment ago had been a delusion. I untensed, but I still wasn't ready to relax and let my guard down.
昨日ご家族がお見えに
Your
なって
family
い
was
たん
here
で
to
すけ
see
ど、
you yesterday,
西条さんの意識が戻らな
but
い
you
ので
weren't waking
日
up,
付が変
so
わ
they
る
left
頃にお
around
帰りになり
midnight.
ました。今日は診察時間
Your
が
mother
始
will
ま
be
る頃
coming
に
around
お
the
母
time
様
we
が来る
open
そ
for
うですよ。
visitors. I nodded, since I didn't even have the strength to answer. Mom, I'm the most embarrassing son in all of Japan. No, maybe in the entire world. Why did it have to be on TV? The whole country had seen me up there, sobbing and crying. It was almost certainly on YouTube too. I didn't know why they were saying I was some kind of psychic boy, or why they'd want me to broadcast every move of a creepy loser otaku like me on the day of that huge earthquake. The only conclusion I could come up with was that Shogun really had mind-controlled them all. Either way, they'd seen me in all my shame. This wasn't just some internet thing that'd be over in a day or two. I might not ever have a peaceful life again. Suddenly, an image of Nanami's face flashed in my mind. I bit my lip and squeezed my hands against my thighs. If I managed to save Nanami, none of that would have mattered. The whole world could have laughed at me for the rest of my life, and I wouldn't have cared. But I hadn't been able to save her.
Nana.
Nanami. Fair. The tears came pouring down face. Down face.
どうしました？
What's wrong?
どこか痛
Does
み
it
ま
hurt
す？
somewhere? I shook my head again and again as I cried. Nanami was dead. Nanami wasn't coming back. It was my fault. It was my fault. It was my fault. It was my fault. Because I was such a loser. That's why Nanami had died. Up on that roof, I listened to Sayadaton, rather, my heart's weakness talking to me through her, and given up on the D-sword without even really trying. I chosen to save myself and pretended to be a poor little victim instead of saving her. Oh, funny coincidence what? What's up, 80s? You have a pizza with you? Nice. I hated myself from the bottom of my heart. When I was up there, if I tried a little harder. I was the one who made the decision to give up, and yet I regretted it now that everything was over. And that was the worst possible thing a person could do. Regret didn't help anybody, but still, I couldn't help but think. If I could go back to that moment, I'd try a little harder. But of course, even if I did go back, I'd probably make a bunch of excuses and give up again anyway. That was what I always did. God, it was pathetic.
Nanami.
Nanami,
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
ナナミ。
Nanami. Hazuki rode my back to comfort me. It was such a failure. I was even causing trouble for this nurse, and she had nothing to do with it. But the tears kept coming.
何か後悔
There's
している
something
こ
you
とがあ
regret,
るんです
isn't
ね。
there? You notice you have pizza with you every time you watch one of your favorite peoples? Yeah. Funny coincidence.
でもきっと
But don't worry.
妹さんも
I'm
許
sure your
してく
sister
れ
will
ますよ。
forgive you. I'm not sure she has the ability to. How did she know Naomi was my sister? And I didn't want to hear something so cliched. He had to say this about Hazuki when she was being so nice to me. Well, there's no way she could understand how I felt. I hated myself so much. I was so pathetic. I kept looking for other people to comfort me, when I only cared about myself. I'd be better off dead. Maybe I really should kill myself.
昨日もしきりに西
She
条
was
さんの
really
ことを
worried
心
about
配し
you
ていましたよ
yesterday. Yeah? She's okay?
とても可愛らし
Your
い
younger sister
妹
is
さん
very
ですね
cute, isn't she? What was she talking about?
ナナミは
Nanami,
妹は
my sister,
死にました。
dead. Shogun had kidnapped her. He chopped off her arm. He locked her up somewhere. And she probably died there all by herself and lonely. The thought of it made me feel like my heart would burst.
そうなんですか。
Is that right?
ごめんなさい。
I'm
勘
sorry.
違いしてし
I
まっ
must
て
have been mistaken. I always thought that Nanami was obnoxious. But thinking back, we've been siblings for 16 years. She'd always called me a jerk, but she'd always been worried about me. She was always so annoying because she was trying to break me out of my miserable life. When she brought something to eat from home, she didn't just give it to me. She always tried to make sure we ate together. I swear I feel a sneeze, but it's not coming out. Ah. Normally, a girl that age would be trying her best to ignore a creepy older brother like me. Nanami might have been mean, but she always talked to me. She always listened to what I had to say. At school even, instead of ignoring me, she'd actively try to talk to me. I was pathetic virgin otaku, but Nanami had always treated me like I was her brother. Like I was a person. She was one of the few things that kept me going. Realizing that when it was too late didn't change anything though.
でもだとしたら
But what did she
鬼
mean
っ
by
てどういう意
brother
味なの
then?
かしら。
Huh? Huh? I looked up, unsure of what she meant. My eyes were so teary, I couldn't see the look on her face. What has she just said?
眠ってる西条さん
She
を
kept calling you brother while you were asleep.
と何度
over
も
and
呼ん
over
でいたか
again.
ら、そ
Really
の印象が
stuck with
強く
me.
て。
There's only one person. You called me that.
それ
Is that
本当です
true?
か
I was so excited that I got out of bed and went over to her.
は、はい。
I'm sorry?
何がです
Is what true?
ナナミ
Nanami,
が
my
妹
little
ナナミが
sister
こ
ここに来
came
てたんです
here?
か
いえ、その、
No.
はっ
I
きりお
didn't
名
get her
前を聞い
name.
たわけでは。
But
僕
she
の
was
ことお
calling
兄
me
って
brother,
呼んでたんですね
ええ。
Yes.
ナナミ
Where is
今
Nanami
どこに
now?
ですから、
I told
昨
you.
日はお
She
帰りに
went
なり
home
ま
last
したけ
night.
ど、西条さんのお
Her
母
and your
様
mom.
と一緒に。
怪我
Was she
とか
hurt?
してませんでした
Was
か
Nanami hurt?
はい。い
I'm sorry.
え、
No, not in any way that I
特には。
could see. So she definitely has both hands then.
元気だったんですね
Was she doing
ナナ
okay?
ミ元気
She
元気
was
だったん
doing
ですね
okay, right?
はい
Yes.
あ、
Well,
い
I don't know
え
if the
ナ
girl
ナ
I
ミさん
saw
かどうか
yesterday
はわか
was
りませんけ
Nanami,
ど、
but the one who
昨
was
日い
here
らしてい
seemed
た
to be
女の
just
子は
fine.
元気そうでしたよ。
Nanami was alive. From what Hazuki was saying, not much seemed clear. I sat back down on the bed. My brain was close to total shutdown. What had happened? Shogun said he wouldn't give Nanami back unless I finished the quest. Had he released her out of pity? Was that even possible? Or had she run away on her own? But then what about the hand that had shown up in my room? Hazuki had even said she wasn't hurt. That might have been somebody else's wrist, you know. So he wasn't lying when he said that. Shogun had just been toying with me. He deceived me. No, the fact that he deceived me didn't even matter now.
そっか
I see. So she was okay. She was okay. She was okay. Nanami had never been kidnapped in the first place. While I was on top of O'Fronts trying to grab that D-sword, she was probably at home, reading manga in bed, or going to karaoke with her friends and singing off-key. Uh-huh. Well, good thing is already in the hospital, I guess. And I was crying, but I couldn't stop laughing.
西条さん
Shogun
Shogun really got me good.
バト騙された。
Man,
壮大
talk
な
about an
鳥
epic
だよ
troll. Uh-huh. Nanami was alive. She was alive. I got to see her bratty face again. Hear her obnoxious voice again. I felt so relieved and so happy.
よかった。
I'm so glad. The tears wouldn't stop, but they weren't the tears of frustration I'd been weeping a moment ago.
よかった。
I'm so glad. Maybe I was a total failure. Maybe I'd given up on trying to save Nanami on my own yesterday. But as long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. The whole world could laugh at me and I wouldn't care. Really, I was just so happy. There was another meeting behind... Blah, 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 blah. Let's try that again. There was another meeting being held in the big conference room of the Shibuya police station today. All the detectives looked exhausted, and none of them were looking forward to more hours of useless discussion. As Matsunaga started asking the various officers for the reports, Paul nervously raised his hand.
ちょっといいですかね。
May I speak?
なんだね。
What is it? It wasn't just Matsunaga who looked suspicious. Even Suwa in the chair next to him. And the rest of the detectives, too, looked suspicious. Bon gave his usual shallow smile, and then made a few little bows as he looked around the room.
先日
About the video that was uploaded to the internet the other day. The so-called group dive video. I've made a small discovery.
発見をしまして
Huh? Suwa seemed shocked. It was understandable that he would be. Bon hadn't told his partner a word about his investigations into the video. Of course, it wasn't that he wanted to keep it a secret, but...
バン警部補。
Lieutenant Bon,
君は確か
I believe you were
ハリステの
assigned to the
捜査担
crucified
当だった
case.
はずだが、なぜ集団
Why
ダ
are
イ
you
ブについて
looking into the
調べている
group dive? No, that was why. Bon had been ignoring the task force orders and going off on his own, and he didn't want to get Suwa involved. That'd be a great way to ruin the career of a promising young detective.
まあ
Well,
とりあえず
at least hear me out first. Bon gave a sheepish smile, words, as he took large photos out of the file folder in front of him. I can read so good, I swear to God. He pinned them to the board with magnets.
これはどっちも
These are
集団
both
ダイブの
photos
現
of
場と
the
なった
Cornelius
コ
Tower,
ーネリアス
the
タワー
location of the
屋上の
group
写真で
dive.
す。右の写真は
The right is taken from the video uploaded to YouTube. The left was taken last night, when I went to the top of the tower with the camera. Notice anything unusual? Oh. Murmurs spread throughout the room. The background looks different. The camera used to take the video was pointing to the northeast. You know that because that's the side of the 5 kids fell off? No. From 329 in the video, there's a 15-second span where the camera shakes wildly from left to right. What you see when it's pointing east in this photo on the right.
The
east side of the Cornelius Tower, facing Roppongi, in other words. You could see Tokyo Tower standing out against the night sky. It's red, so it really sticks out. But there's one other thing that sticks out, which isn't there. Bond narrowed his eyes and stroked the stubble on his chin, a self-depreciating smile on his face. Roppongi bills. Look at the photo showed he was right. There was no sign of the lights from Roppongi bills. But in the photo that Bond had taken yesterday, the lights from the windows of Roppongi bills could clearly be seen next to Tokyo Tower. Now, I happened to find a little display in the tower lobby celebrating the building's completion. I don't know why I said competition. I'm so good at reading. One of the panels contains this photo. Juan took out another photo from his folder and pinned it next to the other two. It was another photo from the roof, this time taken during the day, not at night. You could see Roppongi bills, right? It's under construction, though. The murmurs in the room grew even louder. Even Matsunaga was staring at the photos silently, a certain expression still plastered on his face. Cornelius Tower was finished in 2001. Roppongi bills was finished in 2003. Meow meow, hello Catman, how's it going? Thank you for the resub, 14 months, that's kind of insane. But yeah, how was Darkest Dungeons? How was your stream? Of course, in the photo taken when the tower was complete, Roppongi bills was still under construction, and wasn't the size it is today. They were dark, your team was insane damage output, nice. Like, absolutely insane? I see. Well, sounds like you had fun then, which is good. But the group dive took place this year, in 2008. It doesn't make sense for it to not be there. For what it's worth, there was no sign the video was altered. What are you getting at? Matsunaga sounded impatient and annoyed. This is really hard to come out and say, but... Are you trying to tell us this video was taken before 2003? That is, over 5 years ago? Hey, come on now, Suwa. On's shoulders slumped. That's exactly what he was trying to say. He couldn't help but be impressed by the young detective's intuition and sharp mind. Not having somebody come out and say it so directly made him look like a lunatic. Bond's attempts to find out the best way to phrase it had all come to naught. Ridiculous. Sure you haven't been reading too much fiction. The faces of the victims in the video match. There's no way the video could be from 5 years ago. If you got time to go researching useless nonsense, then why don't you go out and do your job, Lieutenant? Good job, Suwa. Wow. I'll do you a favor and pretend this never happened. Also, stay after the meeting. I need to talk to you personally. Oh, he's getting scolded by a teacher. Just kidding. Bond sighed a little, gave up and sat down. Well, he hadn't expected it to work in the first place. He lazily flapped his fan in front of his face, trying to tell himself he expected it to go this badly the whole time. Of course, Bond himself had no answer to the question of what Roppongi bills not being in the video meant. After I found out Nanami was alive, a doctor came and asked me some simple questions. The questions were to see if I was functioning well or not. I gave half-hearted answers as I decided to get out of the hospital before my mom came. I just embarrassed myself on national TV. How was I supposed to face my family? And Nanami came. I was sure to start crying from sheer joy. And then Anami would say, "Don't make me worry like that, jerk." She'd be totally serious too, and have no idea what I'd been through. Imagining the embarrassment made me feel almost physical pain. I decided to take a strategic retreat before it actually happened. After eating a small amount of the disgusting breakfast they brought me, I slipped out of my room. I went down to the first floor and through the lobby. Since the hospital wasn't open, the outpatient hall wasn't packed with seniors like it usually was. When I got to the front door, I walked right out it. Fortunately, the automatic door opened just like it was supposed to. Leaving the hospital might get the doctors and nurses mad at me, but I could always go back, get here once everything had calmed down. I'd left a note for my mom telling her to pay my bill. That was good enough, right? That's mean. I spent the night in the hospital, but physically there was nothing wrong with me. Mentally, knowing Nanami was safe had driven a lot of my depression away. I headed back to the base, at top speed, being careful to make sure Yu and Shogun weren't waiting in ambush for me. Yu. I was back. My mental state was completely different than it was when I'd left. Now I felt great, of course. Oh god, there it finally fucking is, Jesus. Ugh. Now I felt great, of course. If anything, I wish I could speak to the me who had left here yesterday. You're about to get trolled. You don't need to worry so much. Nanami's fine. Thank you, Hades. And say something like that. Yesterday had been really awful. Everything had been awful. It started with that weird call in the morning, then the earthquake. Then I lost the data on my hard drive, and had to witness Ayase's suicide attempt up close. And then there was that email from Shogun, and he sent me a severed hand. A severed hand. The joy I was feeling faded instantly. I gulped and turned toward the fridge. The hand was still inside. Before I'd left, my head had been a total mess. The best idea I could come up with was to put it in the refrigerator. Buddy. It might rot if I left it out, and the blood smelled really bad too. There were lots of sci-fi anime movies where people lived for hundreds of years in cold sleep, right? It was kind of the same as that. Yesterday, I'd been really thinking that when Nanami was safe, if I kept her hand in good condition, maybe they could do an operation put it back on. If that wasn't Nanami's hand, then whose was it? And how to explain the bangle and the phone? If I wasn't mistaken, those both belonged to Nanami. When I called Nanami's number, that phone had rung. Maybe that was all part of Shogun's plan. Was it really possible to make such a perfect copy of her hand, though?
もう一度確か
Maybe
め
I
て
should
みるべき
take
かも。
another look at it. I really didn't want to, though. The severed hand was just disgusting. Just imagining it made me want to throw up, even if it was Nanami's. But I couldn't keep it in the fridge forever. I'd have nowhere to chill my soda. I thought about getting the cops to come get it, but then I remembered they thought I was the new gen killer. It would be suicide to call 110 and tell the operator, "Can you please come get this severed hand?" What should I do? Should I throw it away? But if it was Nanami's, it would be a bad idea to throw it away, right? Could you even put severed human hands in the garbage? What was it? Was that against the rules? If you could, would it be burnable garbage? Non-burnable garbage? I scratched at my head, hard. There was no point in thinking about it. For now, I could start by taking another look at the bangle on the wrist and the phone in the hand. I could try and see if there were Nanamis or not. I stood in front of the fridge and grabbed the handle. I closed my eyes and took a few deep breaths. The idea of having Rimi come and open it for me crossed my mind. It was tempting, but I quickly discarded it. Even if Rimi was on my side, a human hand in the fridge would freak her out. She might decide to abandon me and turn me over to the police. I had to deal with this myself. Ugh,
そう
damn it. I gritted my teeth. I took 2 more deep breaths, and then I pulled hard on the handle.
あれ
Huh? It wasn't there. I didn't see it at all. I remembered putting the hand in there yesterday. It was wrapped in aluminum foil. I'd put it on the top shelf, but there was no sign of it. Only things in the fridge were a few soda bottles and a few rotting oranges. Nothing more.
消えた
It's gone.
なんで
How? It had just disappeared. I crouched down and checked the back too. It wasn't there. There wasn't that much else in the fridge. There was no way I could miss it.
昨日ここに入れたよ
I
な
put it in here yesterday though. Maybe I was only telling myself I'd done that, and I just left it where it was the whole time. I closed the fridge and looked around my garbage-filled room.
段ボールも
The box
Nice.
is gone, too. The big box with the hand inside. What had I done with it? I thought I remembered throwing it into a corner. My memories of last night weren't clear at all. So much had happened yesterday that it overwhelmed my brain. Everything had been so crazy that I hadn't had time to think. Calm down. Think. Get things straight in your head. Try to figure out why the hand that was there yesterday suddenly vanished. I booted up my PC's word processor and typed out all the possibilities I could think of. Okay, what could have made the hand vanish from my fridge? 1. I was mistaken. I put it somewhere else in the room. 2. I took it outside and threw it away somewhere yesterday. 3. Shogun took it. 4. The police secretly searched to my room and took it. 5. The media broke in and took it. 6. There was never a hand. The base had been unlocked since yesterday. Anybody could have come in easily. Shogun had been able to, certainly. That's how he got the hand in here. Or was it number 2? The memories of what I'd done when I left to go to Ofren weren't clear at all. My desire to save Nanami, the images of the severed hand in my head, my fear of Shogun, all those emotions were swirling around in my head. They'd filled my brain way past full. I wasn't thinking clearly at all. It was even possible I had unconsciously taken the hand out of my room and thrown it in the garbage somewhere. Or maybe it was just a delusion from the start, and it never existed to begin with. But when I opened my email software, the message from Shogun was there. All the stuff about the present was just like I remembered it. Shogun had talked about it yesterday too. It was hard to believe it was just my delusion. Could the media or the police have taken it? Those guys were... Those guys always looked down on otaku like me and treated us like dirt. They might actually do that. After what happened, I was afraid of looking at the internet. But still, I felt like I had to know. I opened my browser. I hit up my usual news sites, starting with Taboo News section. As expected, there was countless articles about the incident in Scramble Crossing the other day. The airwave jacking psychic is a Otaku version of The Boy Who Cried Wolf. The young new gen boys' psychic power show ended in the worst possible way, as MHK, BTS, and TV Yuhi all ran specials on the earthquake that occurred in Shibuya on the 27th. TV Today and Mount Fuji TV ran live feeds of the event alongside their coverage starting at 9 p.m. Angry calls soon flooded in. However, Scramble Crossing was packed with approximately 5,000 fans, who booed loudly for over an hour after the event ended with nothing happening. Some fans even started fights with each other, and 13 arrests were made. The incident began with a prank email from a self-proclaimed psychic that will be calling Boy N. His email declared that he had identified the killer behind the new generation madness. At first, the media was skeptical. However, when Yuri Brightman, 43, an American psychic investigator, sent a message claiming to be the boy's backer, TV Today and Mount Fuji TV came to believe in the lies he was telling. TV ratings were high, with both TV Today and Mount Fuji hitting over the 40% mark. These numbers exceed those of last year's Kohaku Singing Contest, which is usually the highest rated program in Japan. Of course, this was run alongside earthquake coverage, but in a rating sense, the decision to cover the boy was the right one. Boyan, however, was no psychic. He excited the crowd by making it look like Like, he would jump off the building several times, but his performance ended there. Frustrated reporters rushed to the roof and attempted to interview him about the new gen case, but this too ended in failure. The boy had collapsed on the roof and was found in possession of a cosplay outfit from a popular Hollywood movie, as well as a so-called moe anime figurine. Yoshiro Hashiba, a professor at Meisei University, commented, "More and more young men these days are trying to be a hero without thinking of the trouble they're causing people around them. Video games and anime probably caused him to lose sight of the distinction between fiction and reality, and drove him to act in the way he did. He needs psychological care." So true, he really does, but not for this. This incident will go down as one of the stranger events in recent years. I had never emailed the media. I'd never seen Yuri Brightman's show. I never met him either, of course. What was going on? Had Shogun set this whole thing up? But why? What was he after? He was saying all that weird stuff about a quest. Why would he even bring in the media to put me on TV if he wanted to force me to get the D-sword? I couldn't figure it out. What was Shogun trying to accomplish? He'd even let Nanami go. I followed the links and read a bunch of different articles, but none of them said anything about Shogun. There had been practically no time between when I body slammed into Shogun and when the media had showed up. Even if he managed to escape somehow, the media must have seen him. There was no way he could get out of there, and in such a short time, especially since he was in a wheelchair and couldn't walk. I looked at Atchan too. Of course, the place was in an uproar. Comment after comment was listing my real name. Oh boy. That uniform the Nishijo kid's wearing, is that a Suimei uniform? Are there any Suimei students in this thread? Boy, I'm lol. What a loser, dying at a fire. Nishijo, knock it the hell off. Me and Taku were gonna get more shit because of you. They found out what figure he was holding. It's Seira from Bloodtoon. Creepy little freak. Creepy otaku losers everywhere in tears. That Nishijo kid should have stayed in Hikikomori instead of going on TV. Seira, Nishijo, you dork. I'll blow you away with my awakened rocket body blow.
うつだ。
Already known, one of his classmates from last year came and cut off. Wee. Depressing. They were all having their fun at my expense. They were making fun of me without having an idea how I was feeling. Hachino could really be scary when they didn't like you. This had all happened because of Shogun. I thought that maybe Atchin would have information that the media wasn't reporting, but that didn't seem to be the case. I couldn't find anywhere that talked about somebody besides me being up on the roof of O Front. It was as if the person named Shogun had never even been there. Maybe what I'd seen hadn't been the real Shogun, but some kind of illusion. Even if Shogun was real, there was also the possibility that the figure in the wheelchair was just a hallucination I'd created.
僕は
Maybe
やっぱり
I'm
病気な
sick
のかも。
after all. So many impossible things were happening. It was like a video game. Maybe there was a world where Nanami was dead, and a world where she was alive. Maybe they were both parallel worlds, and I'd get to pick which one I wanted to live in. Maybe the future branched out endlessly, like the choices in an H game. What made me different from others was that I could see what happened if I picked the bad choice in my delusions. Like with Nanami's dying, and Ayase's jumping, or how I'd fallen off the top of Ofront. In other words, all these awful things that seemed to happen to me specifically were just traps of my own mind were setting for me. Part of me wanted to escape from my boring life, where every day was the same, and into an exciting world that was more like my video games. My unconscious was just giving that to me in the form of delusions. No, that was impossible. I didn't want anything like what I was experiencing. I didn't want to experience anything scary or sad, whether it was real or not.
っていうか、
Yeah.
どれだけ想像
Do I have
力
an
豊かなん
overactive
だよ。
imagination or what? All these ideas I just thought up were just stupid, childish delusions, weren't they? I sighed and leaned back in my chair, looking up at the ceiling. It was hard to tell what reality even was. I felt like everything was a lie, and my world an empty, hollow place. The sixth Nugent case? Women found dead next to Shibuya River on the 28th. Cause of death, suffocation after eating her own hand and getting the bone stuck in her throat. I see. A woman's body was found at approximately 8 a.m. today in Shibuya River in Shibuya Reward. Blah. The body belonged to 27-year-old Ayami Tokachi, who appeared to have died of suffocation. A police investigation revealed that her right hand had been stripped to flesh all the way down to the bone, and what appeared to be human flesh was found in her stomach. They believe the woman may have chewed the flesh off her own hand. In addition, her ankles were tied up with string, and the police are investigating it as both a potential suicide and potential homicide. That's nice. It's the new generation madness. I can't bear it. Group dive, pregnant man, crucified, vampire, brain dead, yummy hand. Oh boy. Ever since the Intensity 5 earthquake hit Shibuya, the atmosphere of the town had changed for the worse. Crime was way up, and it wasn't just kids getting into fights anymore. There was a huge increase in theft, particularly smash and grabs. Why that hand be yummy, though? Maybe it was seasoned just right. Who knows? The media was using the phrase new generation to inspire feelings of danger and claustrophobia. It had gotten so bad that some stores were shutting down until all of this was over. The weekly anti-new gen protests had suddenly turned into riots. A huge horde of people had descended on the Shibuya police station. They clashed with the police, and over 100 people had been arrested. Just like they had with the psychic boy, thousands of people had appeared out of nowhere to watch and enjoy the show. There was a huge, clearly visible difference between the people who were visiting Shibuya and the ones who lived there. Ah yes, the horror of the human capability to murder. There is that. The former type was hoping for more fun and excitement. The latter were suffering miserably from the lawlessness in the ward and begging for more police crackdowns. And then, as if to make things even worse, the sixth new gen incident happened. Of course, they hadn't caught the killer. A week had passed since the earthquake. Sometime in the past few days, the school had sent me notice that I was suspended. Why? Even if I hadn't been suspended, I was in a mental state where I could go to class. Another new gen incident had happened the day after the earthquake. Just like Dr. Takashina's death, it was clearly intended as a message to me. A woman who chewed off her own right hand. It had to be a reminder of how Nanami's right hand had been severed. Even if what had happened with Nanami was just Shogun screwing with me, the thought that she could have been killed like that was terrifying. Besides that, I was now famous in a bad way, and terrified of leaving the house. If I had the option of going to live in a cave somewhere, I would have taken it. Even going to the convenience store to get food was painful. Some days, I'd even eaten nothing at all. I couldn't walk with my head held up while I was outside. It always felt like somebody was laughing at me. I was scared of other people looking at me. I didn't want to talk to anybody. Some people from the media came by several times, but I ignored all of them. I hadn't called home or talked to Nanami. I even quit ESO for the time being. If somehow somebody found out that I was Nightheart, that would just be awful. A week. Was that enough time for things to calm down? Or not enough? There used to be a saying that rumors would last for 75 days, but that was a long time ago. Trends changed incredibly fast now. Popular phrases would be completely forgotten by the following year. something that everybody used online would be dead and forgotten in months. Every day the TV was in search of heroes, idols, and villains to consume and then discard. Even with New Gen, by the time of the 6th murder, that channel wasn't nearly as excited as they'd been during the 1st. Everything disappeared from people's memories so fast. I hoped that, like those other trends and fads, what happened a week ago had faded completely from people's minds. I was overly optimistic, but I couldn't help but hope anyway. My head and stomach hurt. I sat down on my usual bench to calm myself down. I knew exactly what Seiratun would say if I asked her. If it hurts that much to go to school, then just don't go. Was her new thing she'd be right? I heard that a lot of students were starting to stay home because of how bad the crime in Shibuya was getting. I'd always said it nearly really mattered if I graduated. I was willing to drop out of school right now, actually. But still, I was going to school anyway, even if it meant potentially running into Yua. I gulped down the soda I bought from a nearby vending machine and stood up from the bench. It was time to stop lying to myself. I didn't want to go to school, but I didn't want to drop out either. If I did, I'd never see Rimi again. Right now, since we were classmates, I could see her whenever I went to school, but if we lost that connection... Of course, I could call her or go see her directly, but that required active effort on my part. It wouldn't just happen. And an active effort like that was beyond me, too. In fact, I hadn't seen Rimi in a long time. I'll be there for you. And that's what she promised me, but she hadn't contacted me in over 10 days. Maybe she'd seen me embarrass myself on TV and decided she never wanted to talk to me again. The thought made me so scared, so sad and so lonely. Nobody, not even Nanami, came to see me. The internet was saying the most horrible things about me. The NoAH Shogun were still out there, waiting for me. I said I didn't want to talk to anybody, but the loneliness was killing me. I wanted Rimi to come see me. I wanted her to hold me gently and tell me she was there for me. I was probably relying on her too much. But it was her fault. The one who taught me how warm 3D girls could be was Rimi. Once I'd known that warmth, I wanted to experience it again and again. The piece it had given me was something I couldn't get from 2D or delusions anymore. Delusions weren't enough to keep me going. I needed to see Rimi. When I got to school, nothing seemed to have changed. In fact, nobody noticed me. I went inside and up the stairs. Passed by a girl I never met, who gave me a gasp and a look of pity. When I got to the hallway outside my class, where several of the windows were broken, I could hear whispers and see people openly gawking at me. I had a bad feeling. My optimistic hopes that I'd forgotten were about to be utterly dashed. Still, I opened the door, desperate to see Rimi. There was silence for 10 seconds or so. Everyone was staring at me, and they were frozen perfectly still. I quietly walked to my seat and sat down. The cute-looking boy in the last row, I didn't know his name, was the first to speak. Hey Nishijo, show me your psychic powers, would you? The rest of the class suddenly unfroze. That's kind of a mean thing to say, right? What? But Yuri Bribet said he was the real thing. That's right. I saw him on TV. The fake psychic, right? Nishijo's the fake too, right? All he did was stand there with a big doll and a little doll in his hands. Stop it. Nishijo's sick. Just leave him alone. But he can fly, right? Oh, and what else was it? He could see stuff? Oh no, what if he uses his powers on me? He'll look through my clothes and see me naked. Nishijo, you're a pervert. Oh no, he's looking at us. Look away before he turns you to stone. Don't worry, he's just a loser otaku. High schoolers, man. Oh no. This is what I've been most afraid of. The Dalkuns made me their target. Not a single person had forgotten what happened a week ago. That was Japan's most famous living joke. The boy who had told the whole world he had psychic powers, only to pass out holding an anime figurine. There was no point in telling them I wasn't psychic. The truth didn't even matter anymore. The whole country already had their own story about what the truth was, and it was shared by tens of millions of people. Nobody could change that now. Nobody. Not me. Not the media. Not even Shogun. I was the fake, self-proclaimed psychic with mental problems. I was the loser otaku creep. Nobody in the world was on my side. I hated how TV always made fun of otaku. Now I'd personally done something to damage otaku culture's reputation. I didn't have any psychic powers. I couldn't fly. I didn't have supernatural sight. I didn't have telepathy. I couldn't even get the D-sword. I was just a failure. A boy who'd given up on trying to save his sister. I was just an otaku who knew about games and anime and nothing else. I was helpless to change any of this. I looked around for Rimi, trying to keep my mind from breaking down right then and there. Suddenly, my eyes met Misumi. He quickly turned away from me. Of course, that's what he'd do. If he was friends with me, he'd be an outcast from the class. Yeah, of course. It was the most natural thing in the world. An otaku like me and a handsome boy like him lived in totally different worlds. It was honestly strange to have been friends at all. I looked around, trying not to cry, desperately searching for Mimi. But she wasn't here. Mimi wasn't here. Why? Was she not here today? Today of all days? I had no way of contacting her. If she never came back to this classroom, I'd never be able to see her again. That's how it felt. And that's how it had been when she appeared too. One day, she was suddenly here. And now she was suddenly gone. Could it be that she was caught up in an earthquake and killed? I tried as hard as I could to push the negative thoughts from my mind, but it didn't work. I started feeling more and more depressed. Gloomy, dark delusions were filling my heart. Did a girl named Dreamy Sakihata even exist? Was it possible that she was just like Seira-tan, a personality I created in my delusions? It would make a lot of sense if that was the case. She was always there just when I needed her. She was always kind to me, even when I was such a loser. Could somebody like that exist? My ideal 3D girl? Always there when I needed her? Fuck. Always there when I needed her really exist? Oh boy. I didn't have any reason to come to school anymore. My one reason had disappeared. I was alone after all. I've been alone the whole time. I cried. I cried inside my heart. I just barely managed to avoid crying in the real world too. My pride wouldn't allow it. It was a tiny, worthless pride, but it existed. Slumped down, gritting my teeth. It was all I could do to not fall out of my chair. I could hear my classmates talking, even though I didn't want to. Thank you, Hades. I wanted to run away, but I was too scared. Running might only attract even more of their attention. I wished all of them would just die. If I didn't have anything left to lose, then maybe I should end my life doing what I wanted. For instance, I could scream and get up out of my chair and start attacking one of the Dokuns. It'd probably feel good to give one of those assholes what was coming to them. I slowly stood up. The Dokuns were grinning at me, unaware that the hammer of justice was about to fall on them. I picked up my chair. Holding it above my head, I walked over to the Dokyun who was first to make fun of me. He was so shocked that the grin was still plastered on his face.
Huh?
Huh?
Ah!
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. I brought it down hard on his head. I could feel the impact reverberate through the chair and into my body. He collapsed, a pool of blood spreading out beneath him. There was silence in the classroom for a moment. And then chaos. The boys and girls screamed, looking at me with terror in their eyes as they fled. I took a moment to enjoy their fear, and then brought the chair down again at full force on the unmoving Dokyun. The Dokyun's body twitched, but he was either unconscious or dead, because there was no sound coming out of his mouth. I started to get scared. If I didn't finish him off here, he might get up and attack me. He was a Dokyun, so he might have a knife in his bag or something. My life was already over. That didn't mean I wanted to suffer any pain. I had to kill him. I couldn't stop until I was sure he was dead. I hit his head a third time with the chair. And then again. And again. And again. And then one more time. I stayed in my seat, looking down at my desk and enjoying my delusion. That was awesome. I've been indulging in a little splatter horror. I wish I really could kill them though. And the more I thought about it, the stronger the desire became. Then since I did something that crazy, maybe the world would be reset, and the world my brain was showing me now, where I'd made a wrong choice and gotten out onto the bad route would end. And then I'd go back to my own world, my old world. Mimi would be there. Misumi would still talk to me. Everybody would forget how I had embarrassed myself. Nobody would make fun of me. Maybe I should try it. My head was starting to feel fuzzy. I was having trouble concentrating. Maybe I had a fever. Was my head overheating from thinking too much? Or from too many delusions? I didn't know if you could do that. Well, whatever. Maybe I should try it. If I couldn't go back to my old world, they'd just think I was crazy. No, they already thought that. If I had nothing left to lose, then did it even really matter? A week ago, when the nurse had told me Nanami was alive, I thought that was all I needed. I thought that if Nanami was alive, nothing else mattered. My life didn't matter. If I didn't care if they thought I was crazy and sent me to the hospital. I hoped it was the same hospital as Ayase. Where did she end up anyway? That prison-like hospital she'd supposedly been in before. Even that would have been preferable. It'd at least be a little better than being at school without Mimi. The impulse to do something awful was boiling up like magma. I was losing my capacity to control it. I slowly stood up. Uh-huh. Laughter started bubbling up, and I couldn't stop it. The whole class was staring at me, their expressions frozen on their faces. Don't look at me. I'm not worth looking at. You are. And suddenly, worth it. I heard.
Huh?
A girl's voice. You're worth a whole lot! And it sounded like an anime girl too. When that girl tried to jump off the roof, you stopped her. So, you're worth a whole lot. Who was that? Who was speaking to me? I looked around the classroom again. Everyone was still frozen silent at my strange behavior. I couldn't see anyone speaking. Anyway, that voice. It felt strange. Like it was coming from directly inside my head. Was I hearing things? Or had I created another girl in my delusions? You aren't hearing things, Nora. And it's not a delusion either. Huh? What was that? There was an answer to what I just thought. Were they reading my mind? No. It must be a delusion after all. Kozupi is right here.
コズピってなん
What
だ
the
よ
hell is a kozupi?
ここってどこ
Where is here?
誰なの
Who are you? Uh-huh. I yelled. My classmates practically ran to get away from me.
西条くんに価値が
It's not true at all that you're worthless, Nishijo. Not at all.
違う
There's no answer to my question. The strange voice was continuing.
むしろ
Actually,
西条くんのこと
it's the rest of the class.
クラス
The ones who are being so mean to you.
価値がないから
They're worthless. I shivered. The voice kept talking in that happy, chipper tone. And this was the next thing it said.
いいと思うなら
I think it's a great idea, Nora.
殺しても
Go ahead and kill them all. Please, stop it. I sat back down in my chair, leaning forward with my head in my hands. The world didn't reset. I didn't go back to a parallel world with Rimi in it. Another world which exists in a space-time parallel to our own. These worlds have the same dimensionality as our own, and sometimes even the people and objects in them are in the exact same locations as they are in ours. Instead, it looked like I'd gone totally insane. Well, I will be right back since that's a change blah words. But I'll change to my BRB screen actually. Hang tight, y'all. I'm returned. Okay, When Bond came back to Regio's office for the first time in a week, things looked a little different. The piles of papers on the desk were nowhere to be seen. They'd probably all fallen over during the earthquake, and Momose had ordered them cleaned up. The place looked a lot nicer now, actually. Thank you, Hades. Bond sighed and sat down in the chair he dragged over from one of the desks. He waved his fan in front of his face, exhausted. Momose was in front of him, typing into her laptop. She looked up at the gloom on his face and furrowed her brow.
なに
What is
来る
it?
のにため
You
息なんて
haven't
つい
been
て
here for more than a minute, and you're already sighing.
なあ、
Hey,
ももちゃん。
Momo.
何にもない
You
とこ
ever
から
see a magic trick
剣
where
が出てくる
somebody
って
makes a sword
どうした
appear from
見た
thin
ことあ
air?
るかい？
さあ
No,
手品
I
なんて
don't know
詳
a
しく
lot
ないか
about
ら
magic tricks.
じゃあ、
What about
瞬間
somebody
移動。
who just disappears?
箱の中に入って
You mean like
あそうい
into
う
a
こと
box or something?
あ
No,
いや
not
そう
like
じゃなく
that.
一体何が言いた
What
いわ
are you even
け
talking about?
宴会芸
Trying
で
to
も
learn
覚
a
えた
new
いの
party trick?
え
No,
わかんない。
don't worry about it.
多分
It's probably got
関係ない
nothing to do with anything.
変な人ね。
You're acting strange today. Momose shrugged and popped the sweet kintsuba cake that Bon had brought her into her mouth. Words. Here, have some tea. Suba brought over 2 paper cups. Steam was pouring off the green tea within them.
あら悪いわね、
No,
スワちゃん。
thank you,
お茶組なん
Zua.
てさせちゃ
Sorry
っ
to
て。
make you bring the tea.
今日美穂ちゃん風邪で休んで
Miho's
て。
out with a cold. No, it's fine. He gave her a brilliant smile as he handed the cups to her and Bon. Meow, you good, cat? Yeah, you. Hi, silly. Suo had come here before when he and Bon had been working on a different case. Ever since then, he looked up to Momose as his teacher, more than he looked up to his partner Bon. Momose seemed to like the young, hard-working Suwa, and wasn't as harsh with him as she was with Bon. Anyway, what were you talking about? I was asking her what kind of party tricks the girls down at the station would like. I'd like to know that too.
スワちゃん。
Zuwa,
こんな
you
ダ
need
メ
to
ケーキ
find
な
a
ん
way
だと
to
いつ
cut
までも
ties
つるん
with
でち
this
ゃダ
old
メよ。
loser.
もっ
I
と優
recommend
秀
you
な
find
上
a
司
more
につくの
talented
おすすめする
partner.
わ。でないと。あな
You're
たの
never
出
going
世
to
街
get
道が
promoted
叩いちゃう。
otherwise.
まるで俺が
You're
出世
making it
絶
sound
望
like 've
的
got
みてえ
no
な
hope of
言い
being
方だ
promoted myself.
事実でしょ。
Am I wrong?
悔しかっ
If
た
you
ら
don't
もっと
like
真面
that,
目に仕
then
事し
try
なさい。
actually doing your job.
してる
I am, though. Bon seemed unsatisfied, but Momose ignored him and offered Suwa the box of Kintsuba cakes.
スワちゃんも食べて。
Here, Suwa, have one. No, thanks.
言っとくが
Just
そ
so
れは
we're
俺が
clear,
自腹で
I
買っ
bought
てきた
those
もん
with
だ
my
ろ
own money. Thank you very much, then. As Suwa reached for a Kintsuba cake, Bon let out another sigh.
それより二人とも。これ
Anyway,
を見
you
て。
two, look at this. The laptop was showing a line graph. The line was like a wave, slowly going up and down. Suwa walked around behind Bon and looked down at the screen, confused. Me too. March this. Graph of.
ここ1年の
It
渋
shows
谷
the
近
GE
辺
rate
の
for
レート
the
よ。
Shibuya area over the past year.
おかしいと思わない。
See anything strange?
渋谷の平均
You were the one
レ
who
ートが
told me that
世界的に見て
Shibuya's
も
average GE rate was the one of the highest in
も
the
もちゃんに
world.
教えてもらったんだぜ
そうじゃなくて
Not that.
気のせいかもしれないけ
I
ど。
may just be imagining
GE
things,
レートが
but
何
it
者
feels
か
to
に
me like someone is
操作され
manipulating
て
the
るような気
GE
がする
rate.
そんなこと
Is
できる
that
んか
possible?
さあ、
I don't know.
でもグ
But
ラ
the
フ
way the value changes
なん
feels
だか不自然
unnatural.
なのよね。数値が小刻み
It's
に
changing
変動
too
し
much
す
in
ぎて
too
る。
short a time.
10年ぐらい前まで
I
遡っ
looked
て
back
調べ
over
てみ
the
たんだけ
past
ど、
decade, and it's been
こ
like
こ
this
5
for
年くら
about
いは
5
ずっ
years.
とそんな調子なのよ。
Interesting.
前に
Who was that
太田
guy?
教授
Dr. Ota?
その人が言って
That
た
stuff he was saying about how the rate's been going up in the past 6 months. Does that have anything to do with it?
その辺と関係あるのか
太田教授の調
Dr.
査では
Ota's research showed that the GE rate shouldn't be experiencing these small constant changes.
何らかの異
So,
常が
something unusual is going
そこ
on.
に
And you think
人為的な
somebody's
ものを
doing it
感じる
deliberately?
ってことか
でも5年っす
But
よ
it's been going on for 5 years, right? At that point, it's not unusual, it's normal. How long do you think the Earth's been around, buddy?
もう一つあるの。
There's one more thing.
グラフを細かく調べて
If
み
you
る
look at the graph in even more detail,
と、毎
you'll
週
see that
末
the GE
伸び
rate
る傾
goes
向
up
にある。
every weekend. That's specific.
週休2日の
Must
サラ
be
リー
pretty
マン
nice for
が
those salarymen who've got 2 days a
俺に
week
は
off.
関係ねえけど
Not me, though.
あ
Man, I wish you got Saturdays and Sundays off.
あ自分も
You haven't had a day off in 2 months. That sounds illegal, but it is Japan, I guess. I don't know. Momose shook her head a little at the 2 detectives, who both suddenly had gloomy looks on their faces.
茶化してる場合じゃないよ
Stop。joking. This is
1
important.
週間ごと
You're
に
seeing
定期的
regular
に変動してる。
fluctuations over a weekly
しかも、
basis.
年
And
末
what's
年始や
more,
お盆休み
fluctuations stop dead on New
変動が
Year's
ピ
and
タリ
during
と
the
止ま
long
る。
Obon vacation in August.
何かの意志が働いてい
That
るとし
means
か
there's
思えない
some mind, some will behind this.
年末年始やお
Only
盆休み
humans
があ
take
る
New
のっ
Year's
て
and Obon
人
off.
間だけだよな動物や植物は
Plants
そ
and
んなもん
animals don't.
あるわけねえもんな
実は地球の
Maybe
意
it's
志
the
と
will of Mother Earth? How? Whatever.
地球
The will of Mother Earth? That's certainly escalating things. But even if it was, do you think Mother Earth wishes people a Happy New Year? Maybe. I was joking.
年末年始はともかく
New Year's is a global
お盆休み
holiday,
は日
but only
本
the
しかない
Japanese
風
take
習よね
vacations during Obon.
日本人の
So it's linked really tightly with Japan. Blah, 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 blah. So it's linked really tightly with Japanese social customs.
渋谷っすから
That's what you expect to see in Shibuya, though, right?
ちなみにここ
Now,
と
look here
ここ
and here.
見て
Unless they pointed to a stop in the middle of the graph, and then another at the very far right. The latter was the last day shown.
この2箇所はす
See
ご
how
く伸びて
high
い
it
るでしょ
rises on these two spots?
一番右は
The one on the far right seems to be the highest number for the year.
1年どころか
Not just the year, the past decade.
日付は
What's the date?
真ん中は3ヶ月前
The one in the middle is 3 months ago. You remember that
小
day?
さな地震
It
があっ
was
た
a
で
small
しょ
earthquake, right?
なあ震度3
An
でなぜ
intensity
か
3
8
quake
人
that somehow killed 8 people, right?
あの犠牲者って
They never did
なん
find
で
out
死ん
what
だの
killed
か
them,
理由
did
が
they?
まだ特定できてないんじゃなかったか
さあ
I don't remember. Is that right? Unless I ignored the two detectives and continued.
で一番
Now,
右は
the one on the far
この
right
間
was
の
the
地震
quake
の
the
日
other day. I see.
あの日
You remember them talking about the big electromagnetic pulse that hit that day, right?
渋谷中のコンピューター
Supposedly it blew up half the computers in Shibuya. I'm not a digital person, so I don't really understand that stuff for real.
自分も自宅の
My
ノー
laptop
パソが
at
やら
home
れたっ
broke.
す
We haven't had
普及
time
して
to
る暇
fix
がな
it.
くて
あれは地震の影響
They're
で
saying the
電
pulse
磁
was
波が
caused
起き
by
た
the
って言
quake,
われてるけ
but it
ど
might be the exact
真相は
opposite.
全く逆かもしれない電磁波の影
That
響
is,
で
the pulse
地
caused the
震が
earthquake.
起きた
おいおい
Hey now, the TV news and the papers didn't say anything about that, did they?
あくまで私
They
の
don't
推測
have
だ
any
けど
proof of this, but
この2つの地震は
I think these last two
天才
quakes
じゃ
were
なくて
artificially
人
caused.
災かも
They weren't natural.
だって
Neither of them
どっちも普通
made
じゃない
any sense.
前の地震では
If you're standing up,
震度3
you might not
という
even
規模
feel
に
an intensity 3
8
quake.
人も亡くなって
You
る
know what
し
somehow killed 8 people? I can read.
そして今回は
And
震度
this last one was intensity 5
118
quake that somehow killed 118 people.
死にすぎ
So, you're saying that the number of fatalities doesn't make sense.
さっきバンちゃん言ったでしょ
You remember what you just said?
亡くなった
We
方
don't
の
even
大
know
半
what
は
caused most
死
of the
因が不明っ
deaths.
てそんなの尋
And
常
that's
じゃ
not
ないよ
normal at all.
まあ
Well, that's true.
それに
And then there were
空が
those
白く染まっ
rumors
た
about the
っていう
sky
噂
turning
もある
white.
そういえば
Now that you
時
mention
間が
it.
経つにつれ
The
て
media stopped mentioning those altogether.
マスコミに
Somebody pressured
何らかの
them,
圧力
made
が
them
あったん
stop
だろう
talking
ね
about it.
まさ
No
か
way.
名
The
は
Maywa party.
おそらくそうよ
Probably yes.
え
Yeah?
マジっすか
You're serious?
名和党と
You might want to look into any companies or groups connected with them.
もうやったわよ
Already done.
さすがも
That's my Momo. Always quick on the draw.
で
So, Momose raised up her hands and stretched. She tilted her head a little, and you could hear the sound of her neck popping.
それらしい当たりは
Nothing.
お
A
手
dead
上げ
end.
お手上
A
げ
dead end. Come on,
もち
Momo.
ゃん
やっぱももちゃんさんの
Does that mean your theory was wrong?
そうかもしれないわ
It
ね
might, actually.
これでも結構
I
時
spent a
間
lot
か
of
けした
time
の
on
よ
it too.
本業そっち
Time I
だ
should
け
have
でね
spent on paying work.
でも行き詰まっちゃったわ
But I hit a dead end.
よほど巧
Either
妙に
extremely
隠さ
well
れている
hidden,
か
or like Siwa
スワちゃん
said,
の言う
I
通
was
り
simply
私
mistaken.
の推測が見当外れでしかないの
Sounds like you need a super hacker. Hmm.
こういう時は
When a cop
別
runs
の
into a
方向から
situation like
攻めてみる
this,
ってのが
there's an
デ
iron
カの
rule.
鉄則だぞ
Approach the problem from a different angle.
先輩
Do you have any ideas? Bond stopped weaving himself with his fan and licked his lip.
週末に GA
Who do you
が
think
上がって
would benefit if the
得す
GA
る
rate
や
went
つ
up on the
って
weekends?
誰なんだろうな
a freak, I don't know, shogun. The strange voice had stopped. When I couldn't take being in the classroom anymore, I stayed in the bathroom for hours until afternoon classes were over. The only reason I didn't go straight home was that I was still hopeful I might see Rimi. So, after school ended and everyone had gone home, I went back into the empty classroom. Rimi was waiting there. She turned to me and smiled.
石
Snap,
どこ行ってたの
where have you been?
待ってたのよ
I've been waiting for you.
一緒に帰ろっか
Let's walk home together, Saku. I thought maybe she'd be there to say that to me. I hoped that maybe, somehow, that would happen. But the classroom was empty. Nobody was waiting for me. I tried going to the courtyard. This was where Mimi had said she'd be with me. But now But now there was nobody here. Nothing moved but the lonely purple blooms in the flower beds, which swayed in the cold autumn wind. I took out the red handkerchief from my bag. It was the one Mimi had given me. I tried sniffing it, but the floral smell was gone. Maybe it had disappeared when I washed it that one time. I had the handkerchief, but the scent was gone. I had the memories, but Mimi was gone. I was out here, wishing to meet a girl who maybe only existed in my head.
なんて
I was wandering to school after classes were over.
なんて救いようがないんだ
I'm so pathetic.
僕って
With the girl's handkerchief up against my lips. I was so creepy. I wanted to throw up. I left the school and started wandering around the city with no real goal in mind. We just had a one brain cell discussion with a friend, and we came to the conclusion that the acute to mild depression is really all around us and we don't know it yet. I think you might have meant cure instead of cute. That would make more sense to me, but I'm still not fully following otherwise. Yeah, okay, cure. I mean, antidepressants help with depression, so I don't know. I don't remember if I read this or not. I left the school and started to wander around the city with no real goal in mind. I just stopped caring about everything. And I wasn't even worried that Shogun or Yua might find me anymore. If anything, I was hoping they'd just kill me, preferably in a way that wasn't painful. The cure to male depression is letting them know that hugs are okay. You know what? True. So true. My mood was one of complete depression. Speaking of male depression. But seeing the way Central Shibuya looked right now only made me feel worse. Nobody had a smile on their face. No one was glaring at the people around them. And head pats, so true. Oh, head pats. Head pats time. Feels like I haven't gotten head pats in a while. Head pats. And water and decent sleep. Self-care. I felt like a fight could break out at any minute. Just by walking around, I could see that some of the shops that would normally be bustling with customers had actually lowered their shutters all the way. And I couldn't be sure, but it looked like there were fewer cars too. Probably because you were gone for a bit too long. I mean, maybe. Others could give me head pats too, but they haven't. They could be saving up for other redeems now that I have a bunch of redeems now. Best advice for self-care. Treat yourself like a Tamagotchi. So true. Even the loud TVs in front of the station were silent. Instead, there was the distant howling of police sirens, angry horns, and screeching tires. Oh, more head pats. Cool. Fine by me. I'm not gonna complain about more head pats. There were no traces of the mess I'd caused last week. Even if it wasn't gone from individuals' memories, maybe it had long since vanished from the memories of the town. I wish I could forget the memories myself. To know nothing, to be ignorant, to be stupid. That must be really nice.
無知は罪だ
Ignorance is a
知らない
sin.
方が幸
Some
せな
people
ことも
say
ある
it's
という
bliss,
人間も
but
い
they're
る
naive.
そんなのはただの甘えだ
That's what Senna had said. But what's wrong with being naive? I wasn't that strong. I was looking for someone else to help me. I couldn't do anything on my own. I didn't want to do anything. I stood in the middle of the street and closed my eyes. My biggest problem right now was that I knew some things, but not everything. They need to make a habits app that's like a Tamagotchi tied to your health app or something. There probably is. Goal be right, though. Ignorance as an excuse of inaction is terrible. Yeah. My biggest problem right now was that I knew some things, but not everything. I knew about things like Shogun and the D-Sword, things I didn't even want to know, but if somebody asked me what they were, I couldn't explain. I didn't have the answers. Maybe I should just die, I thought to myself, as I looked up at the O front. If you die, your memories reset so you can play again. Tell me, person controlling me, your role-playing has failed completely this game. You leveled up all the wrong stats for your character. You should have made him more like a hero. Someone who is social and outgoing, kind to women, a friend to the weak and a foe to the strong. Somebody with a sense of justice, who could choose between right and wrong. You won't be able to beat the last boss with me. You won't be able to beat the game. Look, I wanted to go for a 0 charisma build. So true. That is Takumi. Don't have any hopes for me. Reset the game. Please. I'm worthless. Delete me. But I wasn't deleted. Instead, somebody slammed into my shoulder.
おい
Hey,
邪魔なんだよ
you're in the way. I thought I was hallucinating again. This morning I had hallucinated a girl's voice, so now it was a man's voice, maybe. Nobody wanted to hear a man's voice. Give me something moe, something hot. Well, wouldn't you know, Takumi, men's voices can also be moe and hot, believe it or not. Anyways. Then have her whisper some naughty things into my ear, and I'll get a boner even though I'm in the middle of town. Okay, buddy.
無視してんじゃねえぞ
Don't ignore me.
なあてめえ
Hey,
西
you're
条だな
Nishijo, aren't you?
どうなんだ
Am I
やらせ
wrong?
超能
You
力少
fake
年
psychic.
この前テレビ出てた
You were on
な
TV, right? You must have gotten a ton of money for it, didn't you?
ちょっと顔貸
Why
せ
didn't you
よ
come with me for a
This
little
bug.
psychic? I opened my eyes. There were 3 men surrounding me. They were all wearing baggy clothes. They had gold, silver, and brown hair. 2 of them had piercings in their ears and nose. One of them had piercings in his ears. They were stereotypical thugs, just like something you would have seen years ago. If anything, they belonged in a museum. Well, there's the death flag. Or was this another thing where I was experiencing the bad route that came after I made the wrong choice? The bad stuff just kept coming. I don't even care anymore. Just kill me so I can be reset and reborn. Do you have a knife on you or something? When you stab me, make sure I die instantly, okay? I was so scared my knees were shaking. Help! I shouted out of pure instinct. It was closer to a scream than a shout, but I didn't care. Somebody, help me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I lied when I said I didn't care. I know things are bad, but I don't want to die.
うっせんだよ
Shut up! One put a hand over my mouth so I couldn't scream, and then the other 2 grabbed my arms.
騒ぐと殺
Make
すぞ
another noise and we'll kill you. I stopped resisting. They took me into an empty alleyway. As they grinned at me, I decided to launch a preemptive attack. But
許
please
して
don't hurt me. I got down on my knees and begged in a shaky voice.
お金なら
I'll
全
give
部
you all
渡
the
すか
money
ら
I have.
それで見
So
逃
please,
してく
just
だ
let
さ
me
い
go. Now for my wallet. One of the Dokuns snatched it out of my hands.
へえ
Well,
お前
You're rich,
金持
aren't
ちだ
you?
な
I guess psychics make the big
さすが
bucks, huh?
超能力少年だぜ
Yeah.
お前いいやつ
You're a
じゃん
nice guy, aren't you?
俺気に入っ
I
ちゃっ
like
た
you.
よ
I let out a sigh of relief as I kneeled on the ground. It looked like they were going to let me go.
俺らの仲間に入れて
Tell
やる
you
よ
what, you can join
入
our
会金
gang.
は100
The
万円な
initiation is fee 1,000,000 yen. It's mandatory.
本当は
Normally I
す
have
ぐ
you
払
pay
って
right
もらう
here,
とこだけど
but I'll
よ
wait till tonight.
今日の夜までにしてやるよ
Well,
まあなんか
tell you what,
超能力
if you
使っ
could
て
show
み
us
せ
some
てくれ
psychic
たら
powers, I'll give you half
半額に
off.
してやってもいいけどな
なんか言えよ
Say something, why don't you?
超能力見せろ
Instead, show us some psychic powers.
できねえの
Or maybe you can't.
できねえのか
I asked if you can or not. I felt a sharp pain in my side. I might have broken a rib. I couldn't breathe. I was passing out. I was feeling dizzy. Then I saw the foot of the Dokkyun in front of me. It was coming toward my face at incredible speed. Well, rest in peace, Takumi. What happened? It felt like there was incredible pain in my face, but maybe it was a delusion. I tried to open my eyes, but my eyelids wouldn't move. The darkness wouldn't go away.
だよもう
No,
伸
is
び
he
たん
out
だ
already?
どうするこの
What
く
do
ら
we
いにしと
do?
く
Leave him?
もうちょっと痛め
We
つけ
should
ておいた
probably
方が
rough
い
him
いん
up
じ
a
ゃ
little
ね
more, right? Wow.
あのダーススパイダー
This is
の
what the
兄ちゃん
guy
も
in the Darth
そう
Spider
言っ
outfit
てたじゃ
wanted,
ん
right? Interesting.
ボコボ
Yeah,
コにし
he
てくれ
wanted
っ
us
て
to
言って
kick his
た
ass. Thanks, Shogun. Love you too.
こいつボコるだけで金
He must really hate this kid if he's willing to pay us just to beat him up. They have some laughs, don't they? Uh-huh.
というわけなんだ
Alright.
続
Let's
き
get
ま
back
ーす
to it.
俺らのこと恨まない
Don't
で
blame
ね
us for this, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to kill you. Hey, what the hell's going
何作
on?
ってんだよ
What are you doing?
ふざけんなよ
What is that? Hey,
おい
stop.
よせ
Stop.
やめて
No.
やだ
You. Why is he there? Go away. The weak light of the setting sun was pouring through the window of the hospital room. The color of sunset split the room cleanly between light and shadow. Inside the light was a bed with pure white sheets, a portable gaming system sitting by the pillow, rows of academic books sitting on a shelf, light pink cosmos flowers sitting in a vase. The room was neat and organized. Nothing moved. It was a room where time had stopped. Near the window, where the sunlight shone through, there was someone small, sitting in a wheelchair. His back was to the window, and he wasn't moving. His breathing was so gentle and deep that you'd wonder if he might be dead. His skin was wrinkled, his cheeks caved in. His eyes sank deep into his skull. He had no hair at all on his head. Looking at him, it was unclear if he was a boy or an old man. The shadow of the one who called himself Shogun stretched all the way to the room's door. For the first time, The world moved. The door slowly opened, and someone came from the dark hallway into the evening light. Rinami Sakahara stood at the entrance to the room. She didn't come in any further. The setting sun illuminated her face, revealing the tension in her expression.
もう
Just
やめよう。
forget about all this, okay?
残念だけど、
I'm sorry, but
あの彼は
that boy, Takumi
西条
Nichijo,
匠は
you should get rid of
消す
him.
べきだよ。
Oh, okay. Thanks, Rimi. Shogun didn't respond to her words at all.
どうして？
Why?
危険だから。
Because it's dangerous. There was a sadness and pain in her voice. She may not have realized it, but there were tears in her eyes.
私が
Want me to get rid of him?
消そうか。
Myself?
ダメだよ。
No. Rimi couldn't tell if his lips were even moving.
彼には
There's
やっても
something
ら
I
わな
need
くちゃ
him
い
to
けない
do.
ことがあるんだ。
Rimi's head slumped forward. Her hair fell forward along with it. She brushed it back with her fingers.
例えば、
For example,
あなたは
can you remember what
夢に
happens in
見
your
たこと
dreams?
を覚えていられる？
Brother walked in and you had to exit Twitch to hear him. That's exciting. Yeah,
そっか。
I see.
私、
No, I
すぐ
forget right
忘れ
away.
ちゃうんだ。
できる人と
Some people can,
できない
and
人
some
が
people can't.
できる人はきっと
I'm sure the people who can are very
romantic なんだ
romantic
ね。
and sensitive.
すごく長い。
They have long,
長
long
い夢を
dreams
よく見
all
る
the
よ。
time.
見ている間は
They seem to go on for
何年
years
も
while I'm
感じられ
dreaming
る。
them.
私も
And I
そう
was
だ
the
った。
same.
そうだった。
And I think I
気が
was
する。
anyway.
でも、
But
そ
they're
れ
not
は
real.
幻。実際の時間としては
Dreams only last for a
寝
few
ているう
seconds
ち
in
の
real
ほ
time,
んの
they
2、
say.
3秒程度のものなんだって夢って心の歌
They
方
appear and
な
disappear
の
within your mind like bubbles on the surface of the water.
だから
So,
早く目覚
wake
め
up
て
soon.
出ないと
If you don't,
いつか
someday,
あなたは
Takumi Nichijo is
西
going
条
to kill
匠
you.
に殺されちゃう
それでも構わな
I
いよ。
wouldn't mind.
夢から覚める
I
わけに
can't
はい
wake up
かな
from
い。
this dream.
この夢は
I need to see it through.
完結させなくちゃ。
完結した夢の後
After
に
a dream's over,
何
what's
が
left?
残るの
Someone softly shook my shoulders. It was a very hesitant shake, and after the one time they quickly pulled away. Someone was peering into my face. At least, that's what it felt like. I was slowly beginning to wake up. As I did, the pain came back to me. Something stunk. Bad. It was a strong, raw scent. The scent of blood. The area around my upper lip stung. There was a metallic taste all throughout my mouth. I slowly opened my eyes. I was in the alley I'd been in a moment ago. I was lying face down on the asphalt. Right in front of me was a pool of dark brown water that looked like it had dripped out of a garbage bag. I missed that awful stench and stood up. My whole body ached. The area around my face hurt the most. It was hot and stinging, like someone had brought a lighter right up close to my face. There was a girl leaning down right next to me, looking at me like she was about to cry. It was the transfer student, the girl who transferred into my class. What was her name again? Ohara? Orihara? What was she doing here? She offered me something. My wallet. Why does she have it? I looked around, still feeling woozy. The three Dalkians who had been hassling me were lying on the ground, covered in blood. What the hell happened here? Like, got in the crap kicked out of them. All their faces were so smashed in I could barely recognize them. But were they dead? They weren't moving at all. Was this the 7th New Gen incident? Who could have done this? Was it me? Did I do it? The transfer student stood up and beckoned to me, her face pale. She was... blah, blah, blah. She kept looking at me, and then the 3 men on the ground, tears forming in the corners of her eyes. And then suddenly she grabbed my hand and started to run. She done did it, I think. When we got out to the main street, she finally let go. We hadn't run that far, though she was already exhausted. Felt... No, we both fell silent. Maybe she was like me, and not really good at talking to other people. No, that didn't matter right now. What was going on here? Those 3 Dokuns had picked a fight with me and were beating me up. I must have passed out. I wonder how long I was lying there. Here we go. Come on, Steez. There we go. Nah, fuck. About 5 minutes, Nora. What? There it is again. I was hearing it again. I thought that maybe somebody I knew was close by and talking to me, but I couldn't see anyone else around. Crap. Why was I suddenly hearing things? You're not hearing things. Which meant... I jerked my head up toward the sky. Was this an audio attack from Shogun? Was he reading my mind? Shogun? Gun? He was attacking me from the satellite orbit. I dropped to the ground, holding my hands over my head to protect me. He was going to kill me. This time, he was really going to kill me. I hadn't done what he wanted at O-Front, and now he was mad at coming after me. What should I do? Where can I go to escape him? Then I realized just how screwed I was. There's nowhere to run. He could attack me with an invincible weapon from space, anywhere on Earth. He could almost certainly penetrate through any kind of covering, for as long as I was in Japan at least. There was nowhere to run or hide. I was finished. It was over for me. Are you scared of Kozupi? What the hell is a Kozupi? Or are you trying to make me let my guard down with that moe anime voice? Why? Are you stalking me? No, I'm not stalking you, Nora. What are you going to do to me? Blow out my head, melt my brain out my ears, or just kill my brain and turn me into a vegetable? Please no, I don't want to die. As I crouched on the ground, shivering in fear, someone poked me on the shoulder. I looked up, trembling, and the transfer student was still there. As she poked me, she tried to whisper something, but seemingly failed. Instead, she nervously raised her hand. Kozupi is Kozupi, Nora. Huh? Kozupi is Kozupi. Also, Kozupi's name isn't transfer student. It's Kozue Orihara, Nora. Kozue Orihara. I vaguely remembered hearing that name a long time ago from Misumi. Kozue. Kozue. Kozupi. No way. So you're sending this voice directly inside my head? She nodded again and again, as hard as she could. Telepathy? I don't know how it works, Nana. But I can do it. Convenient, I guess. That's impossible. So this voice is actually coming from the girl in front of me? Are you okay? Nishojo? Nichijo? I can read. Her head was still slumped forward, but her eyes were turned up at me. She pointed a finger at my face. It was shaking. You're dripping. I touched my face. The area under my nose was wet. My nose had been bleeding. She took out a pack of tissues from her pocket and used it to wipe away the blood, feeling really creeped out. The transfer student. It's Kozupi, okay? But Kozupi's mouth wasn't moving. She wasn't speaking, so how could I hear her? It's the voice of my heart, Nora. Stop bending your sensitives like that. It's weird if 3D girls do it. What? Sorry. Wait, you could hear my thoughts too? You're only now cottoning onto that, buddy? I can.
普通に話さない
Like,
の
don't you talk
なんで
normally? I'm embarrassed. I see. I understood how that felt. I was the same way. Her gaze suddenly darted back and forth like a little animal, before glancing at me and walking off toward the station on her own. We should get away from here. Why? I followed, confused. As I walked, I realized something. There was a stabbing pain in my eye. Each step I took ached so much that I had to stop. I held my side and took a moment to catch my breath. There were so many people here. I hated Shibuya. I felt like everybody I passed was laughing at me. I felt like everybody was looking at me. I started to feel like everybody knew who I was. Don't look at me. Don't laugh at me. I need to rest somewhere without a lot of people around. I know. Just the place, Nona. Let me show you. I only met Kozupi a few times at school, but now she was like a completely different person. And even though in the real world she was completely silent, in her mind she was... You just thought I was annoying, didn't you? Blah. It was convenient to be able to talk to somebody mentally, but it was also obnoxious. And, wait a second, how did this even work? Was it a real psychic power? You think Kozupi's creepy, don't you? I know this isn't normal. The fact that it's not normal doesn't really bother me. I've met a lot of weird people lately. You might talk funny, but you're not scary or crazy, so you're a lot better than some of them. Saying that makes my ears tear up, Nona. Kozupi suddenly started to cry as she walked. Surprised, I handed back the tissues. She wiped her eyes with one of them, giving me a bow that was deeper than it needed to be. So, anyway. Having you read all my thoughts is creepy and uncomfortable too. That's my honest opinion. Yeah. I'm sorry. But, I hear people's thoughts even when I don't want to. Is that true? It's true. Well, I'm sure you don't want to hear that from a creepy otaku, like me, of course. I'm a creepy loser and totally worthless. That's not true. Just as I was starting to go back into depression mode, I heard Kozupi shout in my mind. Don't say that stuff. It's so sad. She started crying again. Why are you crying? Are you pitying me? If so, then you don't need to do that. I'm such a weirdo. I make up girls in my head and pretend they're real, like Rimi. You mean Sakihata? You know her? She's in our class. She's your girlfriend, Nora. Hello? No, she's not. She's not? I was so sure she was. Understandable. Have a nice day. Kozupi knew Rimi. That could only mean one thing. Rimi was real. She wasn't a delusion. She wasn't somebody I'd invented in my head. She was a real person.
そうか。
No. Phew. But then why wouldn't she make any effort to contact me? Maybe she'd given up on me after what happened at Ofront.
崎畑さん
Takihata got really worried about something the day of the earthquake and left school early.
それ以来
She hasn't been back to school since then.
もしかして
Maybe something sad happened to her family.
悲しいことがあったかも
No. I felt so much better. Knowing that Remy had given up on me after all made me feel like I was really going to cry. I had a reason to go to school again. I wanted to see Remy until she came back. I'd keep forcing myself to go to school every day.
気を
Aw.
つけてね
Be careful, okay? Huh?
西条くんが
I didn't
崎
say
畑
anything
さん
because I
や
thought
って
she
る
was
っ
your
て思って
girlfriend.
たから
But,
言わなかった
but,
けど
but
崎畑さんには
you should be careful around Sakihata. What does that mean?
崎畑さんは
I don't really
よ
understand
く
her,
わかん
Nora.
ないのら
What does that mean, though? You don't understand her? You mean the crucified murder? Or are you talking about how all of my memories of her being my classmate since her first year were missing? She was still mysterious in a lot of ways, sure. But she'd been there for me so many times. I was scared. She offered to be by my side. She wasn't my enemy. Yeah. For some reason, Kozupi looked dizzy.
そんなに一度
If you think all those thoughts at once,
コズピ
Kozupi can't keep up.
にゃはい
No. Sorry. It was kind of strange. When I was talking to people, I always had trouble getting out even a fifth of what I was trying to say. But talking like this might mean I have to work on not thinking too much. It was probably the same for Kozupi. I didn't think she talked so much in her mind.
喋ってるっていう
It doesn't really feel like I'm talking, though.
嘘よ考えてるだけ
It's just thinking and listening. I go beep beep,
相手には
and they go
ビビ
boop
ー
boop.
って相手からはドバーって慣れてないと
If you're not used to it, your thoughts and their thoughts get mixed up, and then you go,
にゃー
nya.
ってなるの
Please to speak Japanese, okay, thanks. I mean, I kind of get the nuance, but I guess she meant that there are none of the more subtle points of conversation. And you never have to worry about being too scared about what the other person would think, not being able to say what you wanted to say. You couldn't try to read the room if every single thought you had was being shared. It wasn't one-way communication, but maybe it wasn't two-way communication either. Maybe it was like trying to focus on one of a million things at once, ignoring the rest.
だから
And so, it's easy when you feel really close to people, but
傷つくことも
it's easy to
簡
get
単な
hurt.
の
She frowned for a moment, but then an expression appeared on her face that was halfway between a smile and a sob.
西条くん
It's your first time, Nishijo, but you're really good at this.
コズピーと
Cause the P and you have the same beep beep beep. Beep beep beep, huh? Maybe she was saying we're on the same wavelength?
そう
Yep,
波長
wavelength.
波長
That's right. I was always having similar conversations in my head with Sayatan. Maybe that was why.
でも
Oh,
でも
but
あの時
you were
の
really
西条
scary
くん
then,
は
Nishijo.
怖かったの
Would
に
be
コピー
then
今日の朝教室
this
で
morning in the classroom. Yeah. So the telepathic girl is talking to him in his brain? Yes, that is exactly what's happening. Crap. Come to think of it, I had some really weird, nasty delusions.
だから
So I went, yeah, and actually decided to talk to you, Nora.
本当はなるべく
Usually, I try to make sure that nobody finds out about my
知られないよう
power.
にしようって決めてたのに
No, I was kind of in a bad place then. And, well, it was just a delusion. Yeah, most people would find that disgusting. Ugh.
きっとそれを本当
If
に
you'd actually done any of that stuff, Kozupi would have
殺してたよ
killed you. Yeah, that checks out. Huh? The gap between her tone and her words made me shiver. We walked through Center Street silently, talking to each other in our minds, and headed out to Inokashira Street. Girl can brain explode people? Cool. I think she might have a D-sword, to be honest, so... If you didn't know the truth, you might think from the way that we were walking along silently, without really looking at each other, that we were just a couple that had started dating. Kozupi let out a gasp next to me. Her eyes went wide as she looked up at me. Uh-huh, for sure. What's a D-sword? You missed all of that explanation, huh? You know those cool swords that have been showing up every now and then? Those are the D-swords. No, you cannot eat it. A couple? But what if you really try? I think you would just, you know, cut your throat pretty badly. Unless you, like, break it into pieces, but I'm not sure you can do that. It's both a real sword and not a real sword. It's really hard to explain. Maybe watch the edited video. I don't know, man. If you believe in yourself enough, then maybe. Yeah, so that's kind of along the lines of what Spooky said. Maybe if real X manifests the delusion of eating one. Oh, boy. Silly. No, it was just a hypothetical. You made me go, yeah, again, Nora. So it's a manifestation of psychic powers or delusions? I mean, more of the sword can bring delusions to reality, in a way, I guess is a way to put it too. It's complicated. It's complicated. It's a manifestation of my silly ideas. I mean, technically. The power of fantasy, yes. The power of fantasy. I thought you were telling me you were in love with me. Oh dear. Sorry. It's hard when somebody can hear your every thought. It's probably best to keep my delusions to a minimum when talking to Kozupi. I want to ask. About when you were on TV last week. I honestly forgot you were up here, yeah. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. You don't know that, but she makes such cute noises. I love that for her. Kozupi was down there below you that night. Below? In Scramble Crossing, in front of the turnstiles at the Hachiko exit. I was passing through right when it happened. I could hear a voice the whole time. It was your voice. It said, I want to save Nanami. I have to save her. I heard it. My thoughts carried that far. There was a pretty big distance between the roof of Ofrun and the turnstiles at the station. Your feelings were just that strong. So, you would know then. You'd know I wasn't up there pretending to be a psychic for attention. Yeah, so, you're not worthless. Huh? Not? It's okay, you said it 3 times, so it's back to negative, or no. thinking. You're not worthless, but double knots would be saying he is. Okay, yeah, so. Wait, she actually moved her mouth there. Yeah, I don't know if that's a game error or not, but that's happened a little bit earlier too. But yeah, she said it 3 times, so there's no double negative, you're fine. But in the end, I failed. I chose to save my own life instead of saving hers. I ran away at the last minute. Kozuki stopped right in front of the Roft building. She pointed at the entrance as she looked at me. This was, evidently, the place she wanted to take me. Roft was the store that sold cosmetics, kitchenware, and little knickknacks. I couldn't imagine there being any place to rest there. I forgot they were looking for a place to rest. It was a cramped space that was filled with people. My legs were shaking. The tears and angry yells I'd heard that night in Scramble Crossing started to echo in my head. I didn't want to go anywhere with so many people around. If I went inside of the Roft, there'd be nowhere to run. He'll be okay. She ignored my fear and headed inside. I had no choice but to quickly follow, trying my best not to look at the people around me. When we got on the up escalator, Kozuki turned around to look at me. She was a step above me, but she was so tiny we were about the same height. Nanami's safe though, right? If she is, it's because of you. I hadn't been the one to save her. I hadn't really done anything. You were reaching out off the roof, weren't you? What were you trying to do? Were you trying to hop off and fly? No, I was trying to get a sword. It's made out of delusions, and I could kind of see it from up there on the roof. A D-sword? Ha! Yeah, that's right. They said if I stretched out my hand, I could grab it, but it didn't work. Buddy is so far gone, he's not even going to question her about knowing what a D-sword is. There he goes. Okay, he had a buffer moment. How? I suddenly shouted out loud. A couple of the down escalator opposite of us glared at me, and I quickly put my hand over my mouth. Kozuki, how do you know about D-swords? Kozuki has one too. I called it. Not that that would be hard to call, but you know. Huh? We got off the escalator at the 5th floor, and Kozuki casually raised her right hand above her head. It was just like she was trying to block out the brightness of the sun. Suddenly, a light appeared in midair next to her hand. No, it wasn't a light. It was a line. You could say it looked like a wireframe. Rays of light overlapped in what had only a moment ago been empty space, forming something that looked like a snowboard. Then, rays of blue light, harder than the rays of the wireframe, streamed out of it. Kozuki closed her open hand. Ooh. Interesting. What had been a wireframe instead became a heavy, cold slab of metal. Like someone had to paste the textures on it. A D-sword. Oh boy. It looked completely different than the ones Ayase and Sana had, but it had the same kind of intensity about it. It was far too malevolent to be a simple board, and far too unadorned to be a sword. It combined an innocent ferocity with a destructive beauty, and she held it above her like it weighed nothing at all. Does it go clang when it hits something? Maybe. Why would Kozuki have a D-sword? Why is she holding the... whatever. Because Kozuki is... She turned to face me, innocent smile still on her face. Working for Shogun. Alright, the Lulu space. Yep, the Lulu space. That thing was too big to be called a sword. Too big, too thick, too heavy, and too rough. It's more like a large hunk of iron. You're just jealous because you're not a sword. I don't know. The huge snowboard-like blade. It whipped through the air in a flash. Not that Shogun movies.
Eh?
Huh? I couldn't understand what had just happened to me. It was all over before I could react. Kozupi was holding the D-sword tight to her tiny body, embracing it. There's blood stuck to it. Bye-bye, Takumi. And then, in an instant, my body twisted. It felt like I was going to fall forward, and tried to move my right leg out to stay upright. But my legs refused to move. I couldn't feel the bottom half of my body, but I felt an intense heat near my waist.
あれ
Huh? I collapsed, falling forward. My body wasn't doing what I told it to. I lifted myself up just a little with my hands, turning to look back at my body in confusion. Crimson blood poured from my waist. My intestines stuck out, slick and wet. Pink bits of flesh clung to exposed white bone. A sliced open body. You know, it didn't feel like it could be mine.
嘘
No
でしょ
way. I looked up at Kozupi, unable to believe what I was seeing. Pew pew. Her eyes were filled with mockery. Held for misogyny. I'll allow it. Cool, thanks for slicing the protagonist in half, you damn cunt. I'm sure she has a reason. Well, she slowly brought the D-sword to her mouth, and with her cute tongue, slowly, as if she wanted to make sure I saw. She licked it. That's not weird at all. Ah, right, that was the bad, delusion. I forgot that. There was the delusion trigger. My own delusion was making me sick. But I couldn't say for sure that it wouldn't become real. I took a few steps back from Kozupi, just in case the worst happened. I made sure I was ready to go at any time. Kozupi was walking around the shop, holding her sword, as if she had no idea how I felt at all. She wasn't making any efforts to hide the weapon at all. Senna had been the same way. I'd seen her carrying her gigantic D-sword down the middle of Shibuya without any regard for the people around her. They were far too calm about it. Even if Kozupi wasn't working for Shogun, there was still something wrong with her. That's when I remembered the smell of blood. I remembered how I'd seen those Dokuns lying in puddles of their own blood.
あんなひどいことする人たちは
Anybody who does something so mean deserves to die. So they were dead after all? Nope.
生きてる価値も
Not
ない
that they were
けど
worth keeping alive, though. Those
あんな
roachy
ゴキゴキ
roach
な人たち
people.
は
Roachy roach?
ゴキブリ
Cockroaches.
は
Huh.
あ
I
殺
wish
し
I
た
could
か
have
った
killed
な
them. You could tell exactly how her heart was feeling when she said those words. There wasn't any malice inside her. As far as she was concerned, she was just giving bad people what they deserved. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
最近
Shibuya's been even more dangerous than usual lately.
昨日も
Yesterday, a bunch of roachy roach people tried to kidnap me, so I went kerthwack, kerthwack, right in their faces, Nora. She might be twisted too, in a different way than me.
西条くん
Nishijo,
こっちです
this way. Kozupi started walking again, carrying the huge D-sword in her hands. She was tiny, with thin arms. She looked so weak, and yet she didn't seem to struggle at all with the heavy-looking weapon. Many times. The blade came close to slamming into a shelf or a nearby shopper, and each time I covered my eyes. But miraculously, it didn't hit anyone. We ended up in a stairwell. It was dimly lit, and unlike the rest of the floor we were on, there was nobody here at all. Nobody came by either. It was shocking to me that just 5 minutes from Shibuya Station, and inside the Roft building, one of the most famous stores in Japan, there was a space that could be this empty.
ロフトだけじゃないのだ。
It's not just Roft.
デパートの階段って
Nobody ever uses the stairs in a department store. I lived in Shibuya for almost 2 years and didn't know that. How had she figured it out in just a few weeks?
コズピーは
Kozupi's been walking around Shibuya ever since she came to Tokyo.
それで見つけ
That's how I found this place.
憩いの
It's my own little rest stop. Kozupi sat down on the steps, clearly in a good mood. She casually set the D-sword down next to her. The pain in my side was getting too much for me to bear, so I decided to take a rest.
それで
And so, when you look at patterns and at the scenery and stuff, do they ever look like something different?
ゾウさんとかウサギさんとか
Like
ライオン
elephants
さん
or
とか
rabbits or lions?
一番
The one that made me go, whoa, the most was when I saw a Japanese giant salamander. What was she talking about?
理想度の話
About the
です
D-sword.
よ
Whoa.
何かの模様とか
Say you're looking at a
景色と
pattern,
か見
or
る
out
と
of some scenery or
動物さん
something.
とか
You'll see
いろんな
some
形に
animals
見
or
える
other
ことがあって
shapes. No, that. Yeah, I'd seen that before. I tried to see something like that on top of the O front building and succeeded. I'd seen the D-sword blended into the scenery. Yep,
ピンポンです
that's right. Meh. Yeah, that's it.
コズピーが最初に見えた
The
時
first time
は
Kozupi saw it was when
タンポポンが
Hapapon
死んじゃっ
died.
た時
Tampapon?
小学生の時
The hamster I had in
ハム
elementary
スター
school.
ほいでハ
I
ム
wanted to make a grave for him, so I went out to the riverbank.
土手に行ったのらでも
But I forgot my shovel, and I couldn't dig his grave, so I went, "Gnu," and cried a lot.
お空にこの
And
剣
then
の
I saw the
形が
shape of
見え
the
た
sword in the sky.
それからは
After that,
いろん
I
なところ
started to
で
see it
よ
in
く
a
見
lot
る
of
ようになった
places.
のら
How did you get it, though? I'd found it, but I couldn't grab it, no matter how much I reached out. I couldn't touch it or grab it.
ただ
I just
願っ
wished.
たんだよ
Wished? You wished to get the sword? But I did that too. Kozupi looked up at me, softly shaking her head.
違うのら
Nope,
願ったのはね
my wish
殺してやりたいっ
was to kill.
ていうこと
I see. Oh, cool. Have fun with that. Huh. I could hear the voice of her mind clearly within my own. I hadn't mistaken it. I heard exactly what she said. My wish was to kill. She said it with a smile, too. The stairs leading up from the 5th floor of the Roft building to its 6th floor were very quiet. You could only faintly hear the music coming from the shops. She didn't say a word, neither did I. I could hear somebody's breath loudly in my ears. Was it hers? No, it was mine. A staircase where nobody came. A blind spot in the dead center of Shibuya. An air pocket. I gulped down saliva to wet my suddenly parched throat.
そう願いながら
I wished. I then looked way up into the sky,
また
and I
剣
could
が
see
見え
the
て
sword.
でも
But,
その時
I
まで
didn't think it was a
剣
big
と
sword
思って
until
なかった
then.
よ
I just thought it was a
なん
kind
だ
of
か
big
ガキ
clanky
って
thing.
したものって思ってたあれで
I wonder if I
ブーン
could
ってや
kill
ったら
them if I went
殺せる
bang
か
with
な
it,
って
and I reached out my
無意識に手を伸
hands.
ばしたら本当に掴
And
め
I
た
really
の
was
ら
able to. And then, what happened? What did you do?
殺そうとした
I
け
tried
ど
to kill them, but I
できな
couldn't.
かったコズピーの力じゃ
Kozupi wasn't strong
半
enough to
殺し
do
に
more
す
than
るのが
half kill
精一杯
them.
だったのです
This girl was broken.
壊れてない
I'm not broken. I've got the sword right here.
あるもん
She was gazing levelly at the sword next to her. I could tell from the way she was looking at it that she had complete trust in it. Her mind was telling me the same thing. Maybe I couldn't get the D sword unless I was broken too. Wait, does this mean I wasn't broken already? Up for debate, I guess.
この剣が
I used to
怖く
think
て
this
仕
sword
方
was
なか
so
った
scary. That's what she thought until she came to Tokyo. But now she felt differently. Now, it was something precious. Something very important to her. As long as she had the sword, there was nothing to be scared of. The sword would protect her. The sword was her heart. It was her other self. It was about 3 weeks ago that she changed her mind. Kozue had always had the power to hear what other people were thinking. She couldn't remember anymore when she first realized she had it. She thought she had gone crazy, or that she was sick, in her own childish way. She thought she couldn't let anybody find out. She hadn't told anybody, not even her parents. Because of her power, she couldn't make any friends. It created a rift between her and her family, too. All the people around her started to think she was creepy, that her intuition was a little too good. Even after coming to Shibuya, she'd been scared to go to school. She hadn't wanted to talk to anybody. She thought they'd just find her creepy again. The first day she was supposed to go to school, and the day after that, even the day after that, she'd skipped school and spent the day wandering about Shibuya instead. She knew the school must have contacted her parents. They must have known Kozue wasn't going, but the two of them didn't say anything to her at all. Kozue looked young enough to be mistaken for a middle schooler, yet unlike back home in the countryside, nobody stopped her when she was out in the middle of the day. Are the D-swords a metaphor for Eurasian attitudes toward firearm ownership or something? Eurasian? I don't know what you're trying to say with US-ian, but I don't think so, though. I think you're overthinking that. She spent days wandering around Shibuya. She found her little peaceful spot in the loft stairwell, and every day she'd go up there to sit. Oh, sleep well, Relix. Thank you so much for popping in and hanging out. I'll catch you next time. One day, she spent almost 4 hours there, until the sun finally began to set. Then she left her off to go home. Raindrops were pouring from the dull gray sky. She hadn't brought an umbrella, but she neither looked up at the sky nor seemed to care about getting wet. She simply headed home through the rain on unsteady feet. Then she saw something in the corner of her eye. It was a sign that read, "The end is near." The handwritten text was blurring in the rain. Holding the board was a homeless man, sitting unobtrusively on the side of the road in the middle of the pouring rain. His head was slumped forward, and she couldn't see his expression. He might have been dead. The way he looked reminded her how she looked sitting in the loft stairwell. She stopped. Ooh, cute dress, cute dress. Very cute dress. For a moment, she hesitated. She never met this man, and had never even seen a homeless person until she came to Tokyo. He looked repulsive. She was scared that if she talked to him, something horrible might happen to her. But there was another desire that won out over her fear. A desire to kill him. Jesus. It was such a sudden, strong impulse that she thought that if she obeyed it, she might be able to kill herself too. So, after a short moment's hesitation, she spoke to him with the voice in her mind.
世界は終わ
Is the
るの
world going to end? Suddenly, his shoulders twitched. He wasn't dead after all. He slowly raised his head. His cloudy eyes peered through his soaked hair as he looked up at her.
あ
Yeah,
あ、終わるよ。
it's going to end. Kuzu's eyes went a little wide with surprise. Not at being told that the world would end, but at the fact that the man had replied to her. She hadn't respected a reply. Most people she spoke to like this either tried to convince themselves they were hearing things, or got scared and quickly left. Even if she did succeed in communicating with somebody, it was hard for them to send back such straightforward, understandable reply. Doing so was difficult. Human thought was disordered and random. But the man hadn't seemed surprised at all. Instead, he'd given her a short, simple answer. Through his voice, she could feel a deep sadness filling his heart. His heart was crying. That's how it felt to her.
君は剣を
You
持
have
ってい
a
る
sword,
ね。
don't you?
どうしてわかるの？
How do you know?
君のような子
I know other children like you.
他にも知っているから。
She put her hand above her head and summoned her D-sword. She pointed the blade at him.
この剣が
Can you see the
見える
sword?
の？
見えないよ。
I can't.
じゃあ
Then
ど
how
う
do
し
you
てわ
know?
かるの？
おじさんが
Because I'm a
悪
bad
い人だ
man.
からだよ。すまない。
I'm sorry.
どうして
Why
謝
are
る
you
の？
apologizing?
おじさんの
It's my
せ
fault.
いなんだ。
どうして
Why
お
is
じ
it
さん
your
のせい
fault?
なの？
忠告しかでき
Because all
な
I
いか
can do is warn others.
ら動き出してしまっ
Because
た
it
から。
started.
も
Because there's
うお
nothing
じ
I
さ
can
んに
do
は
to
止
stop
める
it.
術がないから。
じゃあ
So, if Kosupi
おじ
kills
さん
you,
を殺せば
does that mean she won't be bad
コズピ
anymore?
ーは悪くなくなるの？
その剣は
That sword can kill you,
君を
and it can
殺す
protect
者
you.
にも守る者にもなる。思い出してごらん。
Try to remember.
空を見れば
When you
雲
look up
が
at the sky, you see the clouds.
川を見れば
When you look up at the
流れが
river, you see the flow of the water.
そこにあったは
They're
ず。
always there.
それと同じこ
This is
と。
the same.
その剣は
The sword
い
was
つも
always with
君
you.
のそばにあった。自分自身の
Look
心
into
を
your
見
heart.
てごらん。そこにあるのが
The sword is what
そ
you'll
の
find
剣な
there.
んだよ。
でも
But it came
殺
to me
し
when
た
I
いっ
wished to
て
kill.
願ったらこれが手元にあったんだよ。この剣は
Isn't the sword
コ
supposed
ズ
to
ピー
kill
と
me
コ
and all
ズ
the
ピー
people
の周
around
囲
me?
にあるあらゆるものを殺すためのものじゃないの？
負の感情は
It's wrong to
否
deny your
定される
negative
ものじゃない。
feelings.
人が誰しも持
Every
つもの
person
だ
has
から
them.
ね。特別じゃないん
You're
だ。
not special.
どう向き合う
It's
か
how you choose to face
だよ。
them.
目をそらしては
You
いけ
can't
な
look
い。
away.
自分を否
You
定して
can't
は
deny
いけ
who
な
you
い。
are.
世界は
The world
共
is
存。
a reflection in a mirror.
君の心の中
What's
にある
positive
性
in your
は
heart
同時に負と
may
な
also
り
be
うるし、
negative.
その逆もま
And the
た
opposite is true
可
too.
能。世界が終わる
Whether
の
the
か
world ends or
生
continues
き
to
続
live
けるの
on,
か君たちだけ
it's
な
up
ん
to
だ。
you children to decide. In the end, she hadn't killed the man. The desire to do so receded as they spoke. She didn't understand what the man was trying to say, but she thought and thought, as hard as she could, and finally reached a conclusion. The sword was her. She looked at it without denying it, and it had saved her. That's why she'd come to depend on it, in her own pure-hearted way. Something in Kozupi's story made me curious. Who was that man? A homeless man with a big sign. It felt like I'd seen him a few times before too. Were they the same person? What I couldn't figure out is how the guy would know about the D-swords. Maybe the D-swords were famous in Japan and I just didn't know it? No, there was no way. I looked over at Kozupi. Her expression was so calm and peaceful, it was hard to believe she'd been talking about killing people a moment ago. She ran her finger softly along the surface of the D-sword.
そういえば
Actually,
あのおじさん
he'd said something else just before I left.
君たちは特別
You're
な
all
存在だ
special,
中でも一番
but the
特
most
別
special
な
of
の
you
は
all
その目
is the boy who
誰の目
coined the phrase,
を
whose
見落
eyes
と
are
した
those?
少年らしいんだって
That's what he'd said. And I was stunned. What did that mean? Hmm?
西条
Nishijo, do you know what he meant?
いや
Huh?
別に
No.
嘘ら
You're lying,
心
Gra.
は正
Your
直なん
mind's
だ
telling
よ
the truth.
西
Just
条
now you were
君は
thinking
今
that you knew exactly
ほん
what
の
he
すごく
meant.
関係ありますって考えてる
Crap. It's hard when somebody knows your every thought.
なんか怖
Your
い
face looks
顔に
really
なって
scary.
るその目誰の
Were
目
you the one who first thought
西
of
条君
whose
が最
eyes
初
are
に考
those?
えたの
I bit my lip and stood up. I pulled out the tissues I stuffed in my nose. The blood had stopped. Kozupi was looking up at me, confused.
どこへ
And where are you going? I'm going home. What? My side still hurt, but I walked down the stairs instead of using the escalator or the elevator. That way, I was able to avoid the crowds on my way out. Kozupi followed me hesitantly out a distance, looking like she was about to cry.
あの
Did
コズピー
Kozupi say something to make you angry?
言ったかな
I ignored Kozupi's question and tried my hardest to think. This homeless man that Kozupi had met, was he working with Shogun? Otherwise, why would he bring up whose eyes are those? Who was the boy they were talking about who created whose eyes are those? Me? No, that couldn't be right. I wasn't a special boy. I wasn't a hero. I couldn't even get the D sword. I wanted to be just an ordinary person. An NPC even. I didn't want to be special. I never wanted to go through anything like what happened at Ofrun again. But then who was he talking about? I could think of one possibility. The true new gen killer, Shogun. He might have looked like an old man, but he had the voice and figure of a young boy. And there was something clearly weird about him too. He was special. 2 of the 6 new gen cases had involved the message, whose eyes are those? It was a phrase I only ever used in my head. What could the seemingly inconspicuous phrase mean? Did it hide the reason that Shogun was after me? Should I try looking for that homeless man? He should be somewhere in the city. He's probably still carrying the sign with the weird message on it too. What would I do if I found him? I stopped, and then I shook my head and rejected the idea. What good would it do to find him? I might just be putting myself in more danger. He might be one of Shogun's servants, trying to lure me into a trap. What if I went to find the guy and triggered another quest? I'd experienced more than enough fear and pain already. It's probably the same for Kozupi. Why had she come to me, with the ability to speak directly into my mind right now? Maybe she was like Yua, and taking orders from Shogun. From all that stuff she said about killing, or almost killing people, she might even be involved with the new gen murders. Narumi had disappeared after the incident at Ofrun. She stopped contacting me. Yase was in the hospital after a failed suicide attempt. Nanami was safe, but the 2 people who were my allies were gone. Was there any guarantee that Rimi would come back? Was it even true that she just stopped coming to school? Only had Kozupi's word for that. And I couldn't tell if Kozupi was lying or not. I could feel the hairs on my body begin to stand up on end. My world was just an empty, desolate place. I had nothing to believe in. Everything seemed like a lie.
それは
That's called a paranoid delusion, Nona. Kozupi was standing right behind me. Her internal voice was as happy as ever. She was carrying her wicked-looking D-sword in her hands and looking up at me innocently. I looked away. Are you on my side or my enemy? Which? Did you come to kill me?
コズピーは
Kozuki just. Oh. Kozuki suddenly let out a weird shout. I looked up in surprise to see that she wasn't looking at me, but waving her hand off in a random direction. I found Senna! Did she say Senna? Don't tell me. I followed where she was looking, and sure enough. No, is that you, Kozue? Senna Aoi was walking towards us, holding a D-sword and looking like she was in an extremely bad mood. I tensed up and got ready to run. What was Senna doing here? Was this another coincidence? Or a carefully planned trap? The two of them know each other? If so, had Kozuki called her? Maybe so the two of them could kill me together? I told you, that's a paranoid delusion. But I don't know what to believe in. I met Senna several times, and she never tried to hurt me. But that didn't mean she wasn't my enemy. And she was scary. Senna's not scary. Hey. Kozuki, don't say that where she can hear it. Scary. What are you talking about? Just like I thought, Senna could hear Kozuki's voice too. Nothing. I was freaking out. Kozuki looked really happy. She was still staring at the ground, but she was smiling as she tugged at the hem of Senna's skirt. The sight of the two of them was so heartwarming that I started to feel stupid for being nervous. They were like sisters, the strong-willed big sister, and the timid little sister who looked up to her more than anyone else in the world. They both had flat chests. Good job. No, wait. Don't think that, because the people will hear you again, and if you're not careful, you could easily die here. What was the deal with these two? Did they know each other from school? They were in different grades. Maybe they were both connected by the fact that they had swords, or maybe they both worked for Shogun. I got into a cat's paw stance so I could run at any moment. Specifically, I stood up on my tiptoes. Supposedly, this made it so you could run really fast, like a cat, I guess. I read about it in a manga once. Senna is the first friend Kozuki made since coming to Tokyo, Nora. Right? Senna didn't answer. Instead, she just glared at me. I thought she might attack me with a sword in her hand, but she didn't do anything. She didn't really seem upset that I called her scary either. Kozue, what are you doing with him? Takumi's my classmate. She sounded really excited about it. And you could see Kozuki's sword too. I know that. He's a gigalomaniac. A gigalo what? A gigalomaniac. Somebody who can see a D-sword. That includes you. Gigalomaniac. Who the hell had picked out that name? And if it had a name, did that mean it was more common than I thought it was? Oh. Senna's about to go buy a Garugari-kun bar. Well... Evidently Kozuki had read Senna's mind. Come to think of it, Senna had been eating a Garugari-kun bar the last time we met too. And it was almost winter. With the weather this cold, I couldn't understand why nobody would want to eat popsicles. She must really like them. Okay, let's all get one together. I heard Kozuki's voice speak in my head as she playfully grabbed Senna's hand and started to walk. Takumi, you too. Hi. I turned to leave, but... Suddenly, Kozuki's eyes were filled with tears. She silently pleaded with me with her wet eyes. Next to her, Senna was looking like she was ready to bite my head off. Come with us. My treat. From the look of it, Senna was weak to Kozupi's teary eyes attack too. She motioned to me, reluctantly, and we started heading toward the convenience store right behind the police box. We each bought a garu-kun, and the two of them sat down on the railings in front of the police box and began to nibble on their popsicles. Kozupi looked really happy. Senna looked straight-faced. It was on the verge of passing out from fear. There was a cop right in front of the police box. But the girls didn't seem concerned in the slightest that they were violating Japan's laws against deadly weapons in front of his face. And what was the cop's problem? I could see the two giant swords right in front of his face, just fine. But instead of arresting them, he was ignoring them.
食べないの？
You're not going to eat yours? Since Kozupi was watching, I had no choice but to start nibbling on my garu-kun. I was intensely focused on where the people around us were looking. Senna and Kozupi were cute. The sight of two cute, flat-chested sisters and a creepy otaku like me, standing out in the winter cold and eating popsicles, was so surreal that we were sure to stand out. Or was I being paranoid after all? I could still hear the chuckles of my classmates. Was I hearing things? Was I imagining them? I didn't want to stand out. I didn't want to be seen. I was scared of other people's gazes. I should have worn a hat. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. I decided the fastest way to do this was to chow down on my popsicle. As I did, though, my body started to freeze. This was definitely going to give me diarrhea later. And were the two of them cold?
で、梢、
So, Kozue,
なぜ
what are
こ
you
いつと
doing
一緒
with
なん
this
だ？
guy?
こいつじゃなくて
He has a name, you know.
匠さん
Takumi.
ですよ。匠さんが悪い
Takumi
人
was
に
being
いじめられ
bullied
て
by
て
bad
倒
people,
れて
and he
たの
got hurt. So
だから
Kozupi nursed him back to
解
health.
放してあげたの。
Did she nurse me?
ディソードを使ったの。
Used the D sword.
殺したかった。
I wanted to kill them. Kerslam.
ドカパキって
Kozupi tried to mimic the motion of killing someone with her hands. But since one hand was holding the huge D sword, she had to do it with the other. And of course, the other hand held her garu-kun. Her popsicle, which she hadn't taken a single bite of, flew out of her hand in a perfect arc, then it landed on the ground and shattered. Rip. Kozupi looked at the remains of her popsicle with tears in her eyes.
うかつな真似は避けろと
I
言った
told you
だ
to
ろ。
be careful. Man, I'm sorry. The don't waste food monster's gonna get me.
アイスのことじゃな
I
い。
don't mean the popsicle.
ディソー
I
ド
mean
の
the
こと
D
だ。
sword. Senna handed Kozupi her half-eaten garu-kun. Evidently she was giving it to her. Kozupi smiled through her tears and bobbed her head in thanks. I didn't realize that Senna could be so nice. That was surprising.
でも
It
悪い
was so
人には
surprising.
罰ゲームをするのが当たり前だ
Who
よ。
was it who'd hurt those thugs so badly? Was it Kozupi? Or was it me? Oh, wait, that wasn't Kozupi speaking anymore. Eh, oh well.
たくみちゃん、たくみちゃん。
Takumi, Takumi.
セナさんはね、
Senna knows a whole lot of
すごく
things.
何でも知ってるんだよ。ディソードっていう
She was the
名
one
前
who
も
told me the name is
セナ
D
さんに
sword.
教えてもらったのら。あと
And
リアル
real
ブー
butts?
ダ
Huh?
あれれ、
Butts?
ブッダ
Buddha?
ダ
リアルブート。
Real boot. Oh, right. What was that? Never heard that word before. Or that gigolo what's it word for that matter.
リアルブートしてない
Nobody
方は
else could see my sword when it wasn't real booted, but Senna could.
セナさんにだけ見えてたの。ディソードが見える人
Senna
に
was
会
the
ったの。
first person I met who could see a D sword.
初めてだったんだ。その時は
When I realized, I went, oh yeah. And then I asked her how she could see it.
聞いちゃった。ギガロマニアック
She said it's because she's a gigalomaniac.
ギガロマニアックス
What's
っ
a
て
gigalomaniac?
さっき言った
I just told you, Nora.
剣が見える
It's
人だ
somebody
よ
who can see the sword. No, I meant more specifically, like, how does it work?
ディラックの海に干渉でき
Someone
る
with the
力
power
を
to
持つ
exert influence on the Dirac Sea. Okay. A concept in quantum physics proposed by physicist Paul Dirac, which describes an unabsorbable soup of every kind of particle found distributed equally all throughout the universe. Part of whole theory, which is related to the wave equation, Dirac equation, that ties together quantum physics and relativity. Dirac defined a vacuum as a space packed tightly with negatively charged elementary particles, to the point where no negative energy particles could be created. This vacuum is the Dirac Sea. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting Dirac Sea to be like an actual science thing.
それがギガロマニア
That's what a
クス
gigalomaniac is. Senna answered instead.
ディラックの海
The Dirac Sea. Senna glanced at me contemptuously when I didn't recognize the term. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm actually pretty smart, you know. I vaguely remember the Dirac Sea being some concept in quantum physics.
負のエネルギ
It's
ーでい
like
っぱいに
an
満たされた
unobservable boundary
観測不能
plane
の境
filled with
界面
negative energy
と
or
かだっけ
something.
大雑把に言えばそんな
That's
よ
the
うなも
general
の
idea.
そして
Now
そ
the
こに
D
干
sword
渉
is
する
the
ための
terminal
端末
that
が
allows you
デ
to
ィソード
interact with it.
ディラック
Think
の
of
海
it
に
as
突
a
っ込んだ
pipe
パイ
with
プの
its
先端と考
other
えれ
end
ば
stuck in the Dirac Sea.
ディラックの海とつながっ
Says
てい
the
るか
sword
ら
is connected to the
ディソ
Dirac
ードも
Sea.
負の物質
It's
で
also
構成され
composed
て
of
いる
negative matter.
無
It's
限に崩壊してい
constantly,
る存在なの
infinitely collapsing. Matter whose weight is lighter than zero, negative matter is impossible to observe. All matter in the universe has a minimum amount of energy required for it to exist in a stable state. If that amount were to go below zero, the matter would enter a state of infinite continual collapse. That's why normal people can't see or interact with it. It's essentially nothing more than an illusion. The D sword serves as a shortcut for all kinds of real boots. By expanding the channel between the Dirac Sea and the D sword, the Dirac equation's whole theory causes pair production, generating particles and antiparticles. Man, this one's full of tips. Elementary particle. Elementary particles are the smallest particles that make up matter. It should be noted, however, that this term is not strictly defined. A particle whose charge is opposite that of another is said to be its antiparticle. Dirac's whole theory predicted that pair production at the hole in a vacuum boundary would create antiparticles, positively charged electrons. Pair production, a phenomenon seen when a large amount of energy collides with an atomic nucleus, and a particle and antiparticle are created. In Dirac's whole theory, this means the collapse of a vacuum. When a particle and antiparticle collide, pair annihilation occurs. And then whole theory. The Dirac equation, derived by physicist Paul Dirac, gave puzzling indications of the existence of electrons with negative energy, which had not been thought to exist until that point. Whole theory, the theory which describes the Dirac Sea, was introduced to explain this anomaly. The Dirac Sea is thought to be impossible to observe under normal circumstances. It is space filled with infinitely collapsing matter, and is thus invisible to the eye. However, applying a large amount of energy to the Dirac Sea's vacuum boundary would cause the vacuum to temporarily collapse. Negative energy electrons would then turn into positive energy electrons and pierce through the boundary. Successful observation of these electrons would prove the existence of the Dirac Sea. Alright then. These particles are the illusions generated by gigalomaniacs. From our universe's perspective, they're best thought of as errors. If you want to make these errors real, you send the generated particles into other people's dead spots. The particles are immediately converted into electrical signals that generate a shared awareness in the people around you, thus becoming real. And if you want to get rid of them, you simply do the opposite. You send antiparticles into the dead spots to cause pair annihilation. Me too. Come to think of it, Senna had said something similar before.
世界の仕組みは
And there are three numbers that can
三つの数字で
explain the
全て説
entire
明できる。
way the world functions.
0
0,
と1
1,
そして
and
マイナス
minus
1
1.
ディソードはその
The
マイナス
D-sword
1
is a
を生み出すため
shortcut
の
to
シ
the
ョートカット
creation that might to creating that minus 1. I can read so good. This is starting to make my head hurt.
周囲の人
So
間に
you're
共通
saying
な
that if
認
the
識
people
となると
around you all
妄想
recognize
が
your
現
delusion
実
as
にな
real
る
in the same way,
ど
then
う
it
いうこと
becomes real.
例えば
Let's
お
take
前が
that
今手にしているガリガリ
Garigari-kun
君
you're holding up as an
お前
example.
にはどう見え
What
る
does it look like to you?
どうって
It looks like a
水色
blue
をしたアイス
popsicle.
その水色のアイス
Can you
が
prove that this
本当
blue
に現実
popsicle
だと
actually
証明でき
exists?
るか
What else could it be but a Garigari-kun, though? You could recognize it instantly by its distinctive color, and if you ate it, it would feel cold. This should be common sense, but
人は
a
目で
human
見
being
た
can
も
only
のを脳が
understand
認
that
識して
object you're
初め
holding
て
as a blue
それが水
popsicle
色のア
after
イス
their
と理
brain
解で
becomes
きる
aware of what it sees.
でも脳
But
が
there's
本
also
人
the
の意識しない
possibility
ま
that
ま
your
に
brain
嘘を
is
つい
lying
て
to
いる
you,
可能
and
性
you
だってあ
aren't
ります
conscious of it.
脳が生み出した
It's possible
自分
that
一
what
人
you're
だけが
seeing
そう
is
思い
in
込んでい
fact a
る妄想か
delusion
もしれない
generated by your brain.
じゃあどうやって
Then
現実だ
how
と
do you
証明
prove
するの
something's real? You can't. Yeah, have fun with that, Takumi.
他の人も
If
お前
others
の持ってい
observe
る
that
も
the
のが
item
水
you're
色の
holding
アイ
is
ス
a
である
blue
と観測すれ
popsicle,
ば
then you've created a
それは
shared
二人以
awareness
上の
between
人間
that
の
at
共
least
通
two
の認識と
people.
なるお前一人だけの妄
It's
想
no
じゃな
longer
くな
just
る
your delusion.
妄想を現実にす
Turn
る
the
ときには
process around,
そ
and
れ
you
を
can
逆
make a
説的に
delusion
捉え
into
ればいい
reality. So in other words, you could create a delusion in your own mind, and using the particles created by the D-sword, force the other people around you to see it, thereby making it real. And I had this power too. To Mew. Kuzupi didn't understand that at all.
とにかく
Anyway,
この剣は
normal people can't
普通の人に
see
は見え
the
ない
sword.
の
Kuzupi gave the Garigari-kun back to Senna and suddenly ran out toward the street. For some reason, she began to swing the D-sword at people around her.
やべ
No! I covered my eyes. She finally revealed her true nature. Kuzupi was actually an insane killer. The street must be covered in blood right now. One thought with that gigantic sword and you'd be sliced in two. Kuzupi would be arrested on the spot. You're right in front of a police box after all. The cops would have seen the whole thing.
たくみさんそん
Takumi,
なことにはな
that
って
didn't
ない
happen at
の
all. Why was it so quiet? She just killed people with a sword in broad daylight in the middle of Shibuya. But nobody was screaming. I couldn't hear any cops shouting either. I slowly opened my eyes. Nothing had happened. Kuzupi was still swinging around the sword, but now she looked a little embarrassed. It was colliding with other people, with railings, with the ground, but nothing happened. It wasn't cutting anything. In fact, the sword was going right through it all, as if everything around it was just an illusion. No, that wasn't right. It was the other way around. The sword was what didn't exist. The people around her weren't reacting at all. They couldn't see it. Ding, 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 ding.
理想度は
The D-sword is made out of delusions. It's not America, so they wouldn't really gun her down. They're in Japan, so she would get arrested first. Especially in 2008. I actually don't know if the police force in Japan has guns. Miyase had said something similar once, actually. She said that only those with the power could see the sword. Next to me, Senna sighed in annoyance and nibbled on her Garigari-kun.
あのディソードは
Right now,
今は
that D-sword is
小銭
nothing
の
more
作っ
than
た
my
エラーでし
arrow
か
that Closeway created.
周囲共通認
She
識がま
hasn't
だ成
created
立
any
してい
shared
ない
awareness yet.
リアルブートしたら
If I real boot it, everybody will be able to see it. Real booting. That would be when you send particles into other people's dead spots, right? Not that I was sure what a dead spot was.
ズシャーってしたり
Then you can go swash and thwack. I like it a lot more if she used words instead of sound effects. But it kinda got the basic idea. Swash was probably swinging the sword, and Kerthak would be hitting with it. What was she... What was she swinging at? And what was she hitting? Was Kozuki really doing something so scary? And did I have that power too? No, I wasn't special. I'm not a gigolomaniac, whatever that is. That's why I couldn't get my D sword. But you saw it, right? So you eventually will get one. I can't. Even when all that stuff was happening at O Front, I couldn't get it. I could see it, but I didn't know how to grab it. As for how you get it... Kozuki looked at Sen unexpectedly. Sen aside again. Escalated biorhythms cause an overproduction of dopamine in the neurons of the mesolimbic system. That's when the D sword appears. Also called brain cell or nerve cells, cells which specialize in information processing. Nerve impulses travel inside these cells, sending various types of information throughout the body. That can happen during dangerous situations, or when you're feeling excitement, sadness, hatred, or laughter. The greater the amount of dopamine, the easier it becomes to observe the D sword. Yeah, that's how it works, Takumi. Sana's knowledge was incredible. It was possible that she was incredibly smart. Actually, she knew so much that there might be an entire field of study about this. Call it gigolomaniacology or something. I could almost guarantee that no other teenage girl in Japan could talk about such complicated things and use such technical terms. Where had she learned all this? And why did I keep meeting all these mysterious people? Somebody, please give me the answer. I'm tired of thinking. It made me feel sick, knowing only a few hints but nothing that really mattered. But I didn't feel like looking into it myself, because none of these people were normal. Literally, I took the last bite from the melted Garu-Garu-kun popsicle. Huh? I won. Near the bottom of the stick, I could see the word winner. Kozuki had come back and was now looking at the stick in my hands. Wow, Takumi! You got incredible luck. Sena's jealous. She wanted to be a winner too. That's not what I was thinking. I don't think you can fool Kozuki like that. She knows exactly what you're thinking. Sena always gets really excited whenever she eats a Garu-Garu-kun popsicle. She hopes she'll be a winner. How often do you win? 13.7% of the time. She calculated it really precisely. She must have kept a running tally with each one she ate. Sena finished her Garu-Garu-kun. She glared at her stick and grunted. I could tell from the look on her face she wasn't a winner. Oh dear. You can have this. I nervously offered her the winning popsicle stick. I refused to accept another person's generosity. Okay. I'm attempting to test the limits of my own possibilities. But she's actually thinking that she wants it. You can have it. I don't really eat popsicles. I said, trying to be considerate, but Sena just glanced at me, ignoring my offer. And then, for some reason, she offered me her own stick. And then she was offering it without an explanation at all, too. If it wasn't a winner that you could redeem for another popsicle, there was no point in having it. Or was this her way of telling me to go to the convenience store and throw it in the garbage? knowing her, that was entirely possible. Senna probably had a whole bunch of wimpy guys like me she used as her personal errand boys. Urgh, she thought I was so wimpy. I'd be her personal slave. But if I disobeyed, there was no telling what she might do. I bit my lip and took it.
私の勝ち。
I win. Senna's gaze was locked on a piece of sky peeking out between the high-rise buildings as she spoke. I sighed, looked at the non-winning stick and gasped. That's nice. What was this?
先週出た。
An Ishibuya only
渋谷限定品。
variant that came out last week.
ただの当たりより価
It's
値
worth
が。
more than an ordinary winning stick. Senna looked satisfied as she explained. Was she bragging?
だから、
So,
私の勝
I
ち。
win. What kind of competition was this? And anyway, this winning stick was kinda creepy. I didn't want it. I tried to hand it back to Senna. Somehow managed to resist the impulse to snap it in two.
それよりお前、
Anyway, you.
たくみさん
Takumi?
匠ちゃんなの。
Your name's Takumi?
違う
Well,
シャンは
I guess it
つけなくても。
is. Yeah, that went well.
名前は
What's your full name? I was pretty sure I'd given it to her before, but evidently she forgotten it.
Ni-
Takumi
西条匠です
Nishijo.
だったら、
Nishijo,
Nishijo.
then.
もう、これ以
You
上エ
need
ラ
to
ーを
stop
作るの
creating
やめておけ。
errors.
は
What?
なんで
Why?
剣は自分の
The
心
sword is a part
な
of
の
our mind, of your mind. You shouldn't deny it.
コズピーは
Kozupi is only here because of the sword, you
この
know?
剣のおかげで助かったよ
Only here because of the sword? What happened in her past? I was also curious about that wish to kill she mentioned before too.
妄想を現実にする行為には
Making delusions
リスク
real
が
can
つき
be
まと
risky.
粒子とともに追生
The
成される反粒
antiparticles
子
which are
は
produced alongside the
Disorders
particles
stock
build up
されていくんだ。
within the D sword. Oh. I think because we had a delusion trigger and I actually went ahead and clicked one. This is why she's like scolding. It's like, hey, stop that. Maybe. I don't know.
反粒子は
Mathematically
数学的に言え
speaking,
ば、過去へ
antiparticles
向か
are
うもの
things
だ
that go into the past.
ストックすればする
The
ほ
more
ど
they build up,
ギガロ
the
マニ
more
ア
the
ックスには
Giglomaniac finds
現在の
themselves
状態との
becoming
ズレが
disconnected
発
from
生し
their present state.
やがてその矛盾により
Eventually, this
存在
disconnect
としての
causes
自
their
己
very
崩壊
being
に
to
至る
collapse. Please to speak Japanese, K, thanks.
梢も
Kozue,
あまり
you need to
ディソードを
stop
出すの
using
を
the
やめる
D
の
sword so much too.
普通に生活していき
If
たい
you
な
want to live a normal life,
私
you
の
need
忠
to
告を
listen
聞
to my
け
warning.
これは
I'm
お前
telling
たち
you
の
this for
命
your
に
own
関わる
safety.
話だ
Sana didn't seem to be joking. She didn't seem like the type who ever joked.
ましてや西条
Especially you, Nishijo.
お前はディソードなしで
You
リアル
managed
ビー
a
トした
real boot without a D sword.
本来な
That
ら
shouldn't even be
そんなこと
possible.
できるはずがないんだリラックの海には
The D swords
デ
are
ィソードを
required to
通してしか干
interface
渉できないんだ
with the Jiraxi.
お前は普通じゃない
You're not normal.
奴らに目をつけられて
They
も
may
おか
come
しくない
after you.
やつらっ
They
て
ギガロマニアックス
are
の力を
people who
悪
are
用し
trying
よう
to
とし
use
て
the
いる連中がいる
Gigglomaniac's power for evil.
それって
Do you
将
mean
軍
Shogun?
知らない
I've never heard that name before.
誰だそれ
Who are they? Kozupi. Did Sana just lie to me?
ついてないよ
Nope.
西条
Nishijo.
将軍って
Tell me who Shogun is.
誰だ
The coldness in her voice made me shudder. Suddenly, I couldn't look her in the eye. She grabbed me by the collar. It hurt to breathe. Why does she have to be so violent? Did I do something wrong?
そいつは
Was he a
40代
man
ぐらい
in
の
his
男
40s?
違うよ
No.
小さな
A
じいさん
tiny
だよ
old man? Senna immediately let go.
そいつもギガロマニア
You
ックス
say
の
Gigglomaniac too, then?
わからない
I don't know.
でも
But
ニュージェネの
Who's
真
the one
犯人
behind
だ
the
よ
new gen killings?
真犯人
The new gen killings. Senna put her fingers up to her chin and began to think. The device that projects images to other people are probably slaves. That's fun. You mean the people that have the backpacks that literally brainwash others around them? Yeah. The mood had suddenly turned sour. I felt a strange, indescribable fear. Sana knew something. But what? There were these people who were trying to use the power of the Gigalomaniacs for evil. Oh, I know. Let's all take a picture together to remember this day. You know, over there. She is so cute. Suddenly, Kozupi's cheerful voice broke the silence. I looked to see where she was pointing. It was an arcade next to the police box. If she wanted to take a picture there, that could only mean exactly what I thought it did. Takumi, get in the center. This is cute. He is so tired. Me too, buddy.
いや、
No, Senna, no looking away. This is such a cute CG.
私はこう
I
いう
don't
の
really do this stuff.
コズピーだって
It's Kozupi's first time too. I'm so excited. No. Kozupi began tapping the buttons on the photo booth's console. The voice came from the screen before Sen and I could get ready. Okay, pose and click. And the photo it took didn't show the D swords. Why would it? Okay, guys. See you tomorrow. Kozupi smiled and waved a little as she disappeared beyond the turnstiles. Sen and I watched her go. I would preferred that she didn't leave me along with Senna. I think they were supposed to be alone. But from the look of things, she wasn't ready to leave Shibuya yet. Was she going to wander around here like she always did? I wanted to head home immediately, but first, there's something I needed to ask this professor of Gigliomeacology. Senna just ignored me, frowning. She was a little better than when Kozupi was around, but she was still so hard to deal with. My heart was pounding fast, but I figured she had to at least be hearing me, so I asked my question.
コズピーの
Is
心
Kozupi's
の声も
voice a
ギガロマニアックスの
Gigalomaniac
能力
power?
なの
I wasn't expecting an answer. I assumed she'd just give me a and that would be the end of it. Senna gave me a glance before looking out to over the big TVs at Scramble Crossing.
心の声は
Her inner voice is a
いわば
delusion.
妄想だ
She actually answered.
梢は
All
それを他
Causeway
人の
does
デ
is
ッド
send
ス
it
ポッ
to
トに
another
送り込ん
person's
でいる
dead
に過ぎない
spot. Works the same way as I just
仕組みはさっ
explained.
き説明したものと何も変わらない送り込んだ粒子を
The particles were transformed into sound, not sight, just like a phone.
電話とそして
Then when she
梢
sends
か
the
ら心
delusion
の
of
声
her
という
voice
妄
into
想を
your
送り
mind,
込まれたこと
it creates the required shared
お前と梢
awareness.
の間で周囲共通認識が成立したんだ、テレパシーで会話し
You
て
may
いる
feel
よう
like
に
you're
見える
talking via telepathy,
全
but
然
it's
違う
totally different.
だったら
Then
僕の
how
心の
can
声は
she
どう
hear
して
what I'm
コズピーに
thinking?
届いたの
It certainly wasn't sending any delusions into her dead spots or whatever. It should be one-way communication. But we're able to talk to each other regardless.
ギガロマニアックスは
Gigalomaniacs have the power to see
他人の妄想を見ることができる。
others' delusions.
梢は
Kozue's
特
power
に
in
そ
that
の能
regard
力
is especially strong. I see.
他人が垂れ流す
She's
妄
forced to
想
see the
をほぼ
delusions that
強
other
制的
people
に
are
見せられてい
constantly
ると言って
shedding.
もいい
Seeing delusions? Was that possible? I couldn't do that, so maybe I wasn't a Gigalomaniac at all. Senna's eyes suddenly became distant as she turned her gaze from the televisions to the people walking through the crossing.
ギガロマニアックスとなったもの
Every Gigalomaniac has been
誰
broken
だろう
once
と
in the
一度は
past.
壊れているんだ
壊れたって
Broken?
何が
What's been broken?
心がだ
Their mind.
梢は東京に来
Before
る
Kozuwe came to Tokyo,
奴らに
they
追い
pushed
詰
her
められ
mind
て
past its
心を
breaking
壊した
point. Senna began to tell me what Kozupi had experienced before coming to my school. When she first met Kozupi, she'd seen what had happened like a video. Kozuwe had always had the strange ability to read other people's minds. She'd managed, with great effort, to come to terms with her power and hide it from other people, and led something of a normal life. Then the mirrors appeared. After she started high school, Kozue started seeing mirrors everywhere. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence. It only happened twice a day. But then, as time passed, it happened more and more. She would run into people holding mirrors more than 10 times a day. The encounters themselves were nothing special. A person on the street would be holding a mirror. A classmate would be doing their makeup in the bathroom. But whether it was a coincidence or deliberate, it always seemed to end up that she would see her reflection in them. And eventually, the ones with the mirrors, both men and women, would start to laugh. They'd say in their minds, "Who are you?" In the classroom, at school, on trains, when she was out shopping, she'd see them everywhere she went. It wasn't any one person. In fact, it was a different person each time. But Kozue became suspicious of everyone holding a mirror, and became suspicious of everyone who was laughing. It wasn't long after that when even people who weren't holding mirrors seemed to be saying, "Who are you?" She was on the verge of having a breakdown, as the voices of their minds echoed in her ears again and again. One day, Kozue looked at herself in the mirror and whispered,
お前は誰?
"Who are you?" The moment she spoke, she was terrified that she might soon no longer know who she was. There was a girl on the other side of the mirror, with the same face as her, speaking back.
お前は誰?
"Who are you?" That's when she stopped speaking. She stopped being able to look at mirrors too. But the voices asking, "Who are you?" didn't go away. She couldn't even tell whose voices there were anymore. She was like a broken fax machine that couldn't refuse incoming calls. Her power made sure that she heard others' voices whether she wanted to or not. There was nothing she could do. Kozue's mind was falling apart. Then one day, in her second year of high school, she was staying late, cleaning up. 3 of her classmates were whispering to each other as they did their makeup, mirrors in hand. Mirrors and laughter. And then the voices asking, "Who are you?" Whether it was the voices of her 3 classmates' minds or just a hallucination. It didn't matter anymore. As she trembled in fear, she saw herself reflected in the mirrors. Her vision went dark for a moment. Was it deliberate or chance? It didn't even matter anymore. Her mind had been under so much pressure for a year that it finally snapped. The next thing she knew, she was screaming, and a murderous instinct had overcome her. She saw the D sword in the corner of her eye, and for the first time she grabbed it. And then she attacked them. All 3 had their mirrors in their right hands, and within a second, she used her real booted D sword to slice their hands off. I see. According to my schedule, today wasn't a school day. But I had come anyway for one reason. To see Rini. I was sure my Dokyun classmates would be making fun of me again. It hurt, but I'd be willing to put up with it if it meant possibly seeing Rimi. As I walked through the school gate, I remember my conversation with Sana yesterday. Before we parted ways, Sana said one last thing to me. If you feel like you're going to get more involved in this, whether you want to or not, you need to maintain a strong will, one that can turn negatives into positives. Without that strength, your delusion will devour you. I didn't want to get more involved with anything dangerous, so I didn't ask anything more. I knew I wasn't going to get the D-sword anyway, no matter how hard I tried. I wasn't a hero, I was just a loser who couldn't even protect his own little sister. But there was a chance that Shogun would come back. He seemed to be coming after me as part of some sort of game, which meant the next quest might start whenever he felt like it. That scared me. The reason I wanted a D-sword in the first place was because I was so scared of him. How was I supposed to protect myself from him without the sword? Have Rimi stay with me? But Rimi wasn't coming to school, and that worried me. What if he took Rimi hostage like he did with Nanami? Wasn't there anybody who could help me? It would have to be somebody who had a D-sword. Miyase was injured, so she was out of the question. And there was no way Senna was going to help me. And Kosopi was a little, very strange. I entered the classroom with my head down. I took a single look around the room before I sat down. First, at Amy's seat. Empty. Was she absent again today? Was she really just not coming to school? Or was something more going on? I wanted to see her again. To see her cheerful face once more. Next, Kozupi. She was sitting in her seat, looking down, making herself as small as possible. I remember what Senna had said yesterday, which more than explained why she acted that way. Good morning, Takumi. Morning, Kozupi. We didn't look at each other, but we exchanged greetings in our mind. The Dokyun girls were grinning at me. It had only been a day. The label of creepy loser otaku who made a mess on TV wasn't coming off that quickly. The Dokyun boys evidently weren't here yet. Those guys would often skip first period. That was more than fine by me. I sat down, and then I heard her voice, as it called my name.
Taku.
Morning,
Ohayo.
Taku. I gasped and looked up. Rimi was standing in front of me. Rimi! She gave me a little grin and a wave.
久しぶり
It's been a while.
リミ。
Rimi. I wasn't imagining her. She was really here. She was breathing. Her hair bounced gently as she moved. She blinked ever so often. She was really here. She was here. I felt the need to sniffle coming on. My heart felt like someone was squeezing on it, hard. I felt like I was about to cry. I lifted myself up out of my chair, but then stopped, unable to move. I'm so glad I got to see you again. Hey, Taku,
どうしたの
what's wrong?
もしかして
Are you
泣い
crying?
てるの
I shook my head as hard as I could. If my Dokyun classmates saw me crying, they'd make fun of me again. I told myself I couldn't cry, but the tears just kept coming. Oh, I get it.
私
You're
に再
happy
会
to
でき
see me
て
again,
嬉しい
right?
んだそうでしょなんてね
Just kidding.
ちょっと
Maybe
自
I'm
意識
being a
過剰
little
だったかな
self-conscious. All I could do was keep shaking my head. I couldn't even look up at her. If I did, I'd just start sobbing right on the spot. And then someone slapped me on the back. Hey, Taku. It was Misumi, with an awkward expression on his face. He hadn't slapped me nearly as hard as he used to. Just yesterday he'd been ignoring me. Why was he talking to me again? If he did, it would ruin his life. The Dokyuns in class would bully him. That's right, both Rimi and Misumi. We'd be better off if they didn't talk to me at all. When I didn't respond, Misumi forced a smile onto his face. Come on, man. It's early in the morning to look that gloomy. Well, I know that's just the kind of guy you are. He was being as rude as ever, but I didn't feel like he was being mean. And that was just how he always talked.
そういう大臣は
In your way
朝
too
から無駄
chipper
に
this
爽やか
morning,
だね
Daichin. I'll have you know I'm just the right amount of chipper. And is that the first thing you want to say to me after being absent for so long?
じゃあ
Well, you're chipper in a really fake way. Hey, Taku. Can you believe this woman? Yeah. I gave him a vague nod. I'd managed somehow to stop the tears. Life was back to normal, at least in terms of what was in front of me right now. The two of them didn't seem to be bothered at all by the fact that they might end up bullied by the rest of the class. Hey, did you hear about Kishimoto? She's still in the hospital. She wasn't really hurt, but she's in a bad spot mentally. I mean, she did try to kill herself, so... Listen to me, Taku. If you want to win a girl's heart, the best time to do it is when she's in a vulnerable spot. Okay.
というわけで俺
So that's why I'm going to visit her at the hospital, you see? Uh-huh.
大地そう
Daichin, you suck. Boo boo.
今度こそ彼女さん
This time your
に刺される
girlfriend's
の
actually going to stab you, you know?
お見舞いに行くだけ
I'm
だ
just going to visit her in the
別にや
hospital.
ましいことじ
It's
ゃ
not
ね
like
え
I'm doing anything bad.
ほんの数秒前
That's
と
the opposite of what you were
言ってる
saying
ことが
just a few
違うし
seconds ago.
そういえばタクって
Hey, Taku.
岸本と知
You
り合い
talked
だっ
to
たよな
Kishimoto, right?
な
You want to
一緒に
come
行って
with
くん
me?
ね
No.
あ
That sounded like something Misumi would usually say. I was sure he was going to ask me about my supposed psychic powers, so I was actually kind of surprised. He kept talking a while after that. Misumi would talk, and sometimes Inui would make smart comments, and I'd just kind of nod along. It was the same as it had been before, and that made me happy. Who the fuck is this freak? His side profile leaves a lot to be desired. Genichi Norose stood in front of the window in the CEO's office on the top floor of the Nozomi Group building and lit his cigarette. The Nozomi Group. A massive corporate group with the tight ties to the government and any number of smaller companies beneath it. Some of these child companies had begun in fields like clothing, foodstuffs, and imports, and gone on to achieve remarkable success. Nonose was at the head of the group, and here he was in his castle, looking down at the scenery below him. But his mind was somewhere else, instead of enjoying the view. There was a mocking smile on his lips, but his feet were tapping impatiently on the floor. It's tiring dealing with those old men. Don't you think? They're too cowardly. I guess maybe you could say that's what got them to their position, but still. It's fine to take advantage of them, but their constant eruptions are becoming a nuisance. And sadly, the influence of the Committee of 300 is impossible to overstate. But soon, the system is going to collapse. The ruling structure of the world will be rebuilt. Are you looking forward to that? So am I. It's taken a long time to get here. It's already been 5 years since Project NoAH began. Not surprising. Norose walked over to his desk. It was a heavy desk, made of natural oak, with very little on top of it. The few things that were there were business related. There was, however, one object lying on its corner that was very different than the others. Nonose picked up the strange green character. He gave it a disinterested glance and tossed it into the wastebasket. Not the frog. I forgot its name, it's been too long. Now then. Gero Froggy or something like that? I don't know. His narrowed eyes were turned towards the dimly lit room. The moonlight from the window didn't reach to the far end. There was a faint sense, however, that someone was present there. I certainly didn't expect you to be a giglomaniac. It appears that God himself is on my side. I'm going to take a sample from you too. There's no need to be afraid. I used to be a doctor, you see. I was always the type who put a heavy emphasis on informed consent. That's good, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't trust you. You should know that the hardware for NoAH 2 is already complete. All that's left is the software. And for that, we need samples from you giglomaniacs. More specifically, we need code samples from the NA synapses, action examples of the part that gives you orders to the rest of the brain. Every person's code sample is different. Powerful giglomaniacs that have more active NA synapses, which affect a wider area of the brain. A a structure which is found between two nerve cells, or between a nerve cell and another type of cell, which allows for neurotransmitters to be sent or received. Under a microscope, the synapses between cells look like two clasped hands, but there's actually a gap of 20 nanometers between them. The neurotransmitters move by floating across this gap. Meow, science. The human brain uses only 10% of its full capacity. The gigalomaniacs, however, are the exception to this rule. We know from our research that they use the remaining 90% as well. The inside of a gigalomaniac's head is a fascinating place. These samples will serve as what you might call NoAH CPU. The more samples we have, the more NoAH's power will approximate that of a real gigalomaniac, and someday we'll surpass it. I see, they're trying to make a synthetic gigalomaniac. Does that satisfy you? Good. Nonose nodded, satisfied, and let out a puff of cigarette smoke as he turned back toward the window. Seen up close, Shibuya was a vulgar, disgusting city. Looking at it only brought him displeasure. But high up here, he always found it a more pleasant sight. Of course, it wouldn't be long before he'd never see it again, after his group's Project NoAH performed its last experiment. The world would be reborn soon. No, the frog and the trash. Lunchtime. I always skipped lunch. I hated eating by myself in the classroom. I didn't have anybody to eat with. Lately, Mimi had tried inviting me to eat with her, but I was too embarrassed to say yes. Whenever lunchtime came around, I would always leave the class and escape somewhere more peaceful. Sometimes that would be the library, sometimes the courtyard. But ever since what had happened at Oak Front, the whole school knew my face. There was no place left where I could relax. I could feel them staring at me. I could hear their laughter and insults. Like I did every other day, I walked around the whole school and found no escape from them anywhere. Just when I was thinking of hiding in the toilet. I saw Nanami walking away from me, down the hallway to the first-year students' classrooms. She was walking back to class alone, it looked like. I realized I hadn't talked to her once since the incident. I've been avoiding her for the past week. I mean, I'd have no idea what to say when I met her. I was a terrible brother. I'd chosen to save my life instead of saving hers. It was nothing more than a miracle that Nanami had been released. I'd done nothing at all. Maybe Shogun had told Nanami it was my fault that she'd been kidnapped. If so, she'd definitely be mad at me. She might hate me now, and not want to speak with me at all. Oh, I bit my tongue that time. 0 out of 10. Do not recommend. Ugh, hate that. I didn't have the courage to go talk to her. But after I'd happened to see her, I started to get worried, even though it was way too late. Had they done anything to her? Had they hurt her? Was she okay? Was she okay mentally? For a moment, the memories of that hand came back to me. But I shook my head. The severed hand, the bangle on her wrist, the phone. They were all a delusion. A very realistic delusion. I knew this for a fact, because the hand had disappeared from my fridge. Instead of assuming it had disappeared, it was more natural to assume that it had never been there in the first place. Especially since Nanami was alive, and here at school. I started to run after her without even realizing I was doing it. She was getting closer. Nanami hadn't noticed me yet. As she walked, she played with her hair with her right hand. I went to call out to her. As she played with her hair, the sleeve around her right hand fell back a little. I gulped back my words. I stopped. I'd seen something. It was something very small, almost unnoticeable, but something white, Something wrapped. Placed so that it wouldn't stand out. A bandage. On her right wrist. Yeah, okay. I had a feeling that's where that was ending. Well, that's exciting. Oh, okay. Yep. At least it wasn't Darth Spider ending, for the chapter. But I'm not surprised it would end on that note of all notes. Good to know for Anonymous. Whew. That leads us to starting chapter 8 out of 10, so we're getting really close to our first ending, which is exciting, but also kind of scary too, you know? Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know, it's kind of a lot. I'm tired. I'll know that for a fact. I think that's definitely one of the longer chapters we've had, if not the longest so far, which makes sense. We are getting a lot closer to the end, or an end rather. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts you'd like to share about the happenings or lack of happenings? I don't know. Up to interpretation. No thoughts, head empty. Seems like Hiragi's ended their stream of coming back, which is a little sad because I would have liked to read them, but it is kind of late, so fair. Last time you had theories about, fuck, what's her name? Real pink-haired girl? Rimi. But apparently Takumi having the same idea, so you got nothing. That's fair. I like Rimi. It's nice that she's back. I love that for us. I don't fully trust her. I'm pretty sure she also has a D sword, but it's nice to have her back, you know? Same thing with Misumi. I don't trust Misumi either, but it's okay. He's a pretty dumb boy, so whatever. Can we hold hands with him? I think that would be neat. I know he's bastard, but, like, you know, he's cute, so it's like, okay, right? I don't know. I think I'm going to rate someone new today. They're currently playing Dead by Daylight, and there's apparently Twitch drop, so that's interesting. But they look cute, they seem cute, they're Orpal too. We also have theories about Takumi's D-Sword, but even for this game, they're a bit out there. Fair enough. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it sounds like you don't have anything super cohesive to put, or otherwise you want to throw out there. But if you change your mind, there is the Science Adventure Series forum in the Discord. Just remember to spoiler tag. Or if you really feel so inclined, you can leave comments on the YouTube videos, both the unedited VODs and the actual edited videos. That's also an option. But yeah, I'm tired, so we'll be reading Yuichu, and tomorrow we'll be back with Date Alive. We'll be dating Kotori. Hopefully that doesn't get super weird, but we'll see. But yeah, until next time, whenever you guys are next available to hop in and join. Bye bye!